Chapter 624. However, at this time, Treasure Tower made a new announcement. Due to the unexpected number of wandering cultivators buying the limit-breaking pills, World Commerce had decided that if there were any leftovers from the 15,000 limit-breaking pills sold today within half a day, all wandering cultivators in the world would have the right to buy them. There was no limit to the number of people who could buy them, and they could buy them repeatedly, until they were all sold out. Once this news was announced, the vexed wandering cultivators who wanted to vomit blood immediately became spirited and rushed outside Treasure Tower to wait. This time they wouldn't miss this opportunity. If there really were any limit-breaking pills left, they had to line up in front. Jing Yuankong looked at the crowd gathered below Treasure Tower. This proved that his previous arrangements were effective. He relaxed and walked away from the window with a smile. On the top floor of the Blue Palace, Pei Fong's expression was unsettled. There had originally been dozens of lords gathered in the hall, but now there were less than 10 left. This time, he was the one who had contacted the various countries to pressure world commerce. More than 200 lords from various countries had reached an agreement not long ago. But now it had all become empty words. Previously, everyone had been optimistic that no matter how powerful world commerce was, they wouldn't be able to withstand the pressure from the various countries. It would be hard for Baikong not to lower the price. However, just as they were about to pressure world commerce, Baikong had suddenly made a fuss over the wandering cultivators. This caught the various lords unprepared and completely shattered everyone's hopes. Their tightly clenched fists had lost their target. If it was a normal power, everyone might have used force in this situation. No matter how reasonable you were, we would still force you to sell at a low price. What could you do? Who told you to be so incompetent? However, the world commerce led by Baikong wasn't a normal power. In addition, Baikong himself was a late-stage soul transformation expert. Once he forced the other party into a dead end, it would be very painful to bite. With a single order from him, the various countries would fall into chaos and not many would be able to escape. Taking 10,000 steps back, Bing Qingzi and Hu Changsha were in an alliance with Baikong. If they were reasonable, they would definitely fight for their own benefits and work together with everyone else to pressure Baikong. This reasoning was that if you didn't lower the price when you couldn't sell it, you would obviously take the opportunity to extort money from everyone when you saw that everyone was determined to buy it. Although it was also a fallacious reason, it was still a far-fetched one. But now it wasn't that he couldn't sell it. Why should he lower the price? If you don't want to buy it, I'll sell it to someone else. It's fine as long as someone is willing to buy it. This is a very normal thing. With this reasoning, Bing Qingzi and Hu Changsha didn't get angry. After all, they couldn't possibly join forces with others to deal with their own allies. If they did that, not only would Baikong fall out with them, who would dare to stand with them in the future? They were afraid that the next unlucky ones in the cultivation world would be the two of them. Someone didn't just want to deal with Baikong. Once the power balance was broken, the weaker side would definitely suffer. Brother Pei, since everyone has left, there's no point for us to stay. If we wait any longer, I'm afraid we won't have a share of the limit-breaking pill. I will leave now. Yunantian cupped his hands to the rest of the people and left. Pei Fong said in a low voice, "What's the rush? If you can't buy it this time, there will be a next time." Hearing this, Yunantian paused and said with his back facing them, "I guess it is not easy to collect the herbs needed to refine the limit-breaking dan. Do you think that the limit-breaking dan can be sold without limit? Therefore there is no harm in buying more in advance. We can talk about it next time." After saying this, he left. "Look." Pei Fong's fat face trembled as he pointed at the direction Yunantian left. He looked at Qi Jiujuan and Ouyangda and said, "It is because everyone has the same idea that we let Baikong, that old fox, get his way. If we want to blame something, we can only blame ourselves for not being united." After he finished speaking, other than the 3 late spirit-severing cultivators, the other lords also looked at each other and left. This made Pei Fong tremble with anger. Ouyang sighed and said, "Are we not going to buy it this time? Which one of you is willing? I'm afraid that if we don't buy it, Baikong will be even happier. He is not willing to sell the limit-breaking dan to us. Even without the 3 of us, he can still earn his money. Buy it, we can't let that old fox's scheme succeed. Pei Fong gnashed his teeth and his face turned black. He couldn't understand why every time he tried to deal with Yin Baikong, it was easily resolved by him. Was it because he was useless, or was the other party more powerful? The side door on the left of the treasure tower was still empty 4 hours ago. But after the new notice was posted, it immediately became popular again. Disciples representing various forces came in and out. The doorstep was almost broken. 4 hours later, a notice was hung on the door. Today's 15,000 limit-breaking Dan has been sold out. Next time we'll be notified. The rogue cultivators on the street were depressed. Why didn't they see anyone buy it before? But in the blink of an eye, it was sold out. None of them knew that they had been played by Yin Baikong, and that they had been ruthlessly used. On the upper floor of the One Clan's shop, when Lanfeng dismissed the One Clan disciple who came to report the news, and turned to look at Nongzhu and Lu Yanqing. This matter is very obvious. Fatty Pei wants to mess with Yin Baikong in one go. This is not the first time. Nongzhu shook her head and said, but Yin Baikong is indeed Yin Baikong. Fatty Pei is still lacking if he wants to spar with him. Lu Yanqing giggled and said, no matter how strong Yin Baikong is, when he meets you, Nongzhu, he will still be defeated. Compared to you, he is still lacking. You can't say that. Nongzhu waved her hand and sighed. I know my own capabilities. I'm just a fox using the tiger's might. I'm still far from him. Yin Baikong is not afraid of me, but by Changchun, so he tolerates everything. Everyone knows this, you don't have to flatter me. Limit breaking Dan, I wanted to buy some, but... When Lanfeng looked at Nongzhu and said, Nongzhu, you said you would help me get a batch of limit breaking Dan for free. You have to keep your word. There are a bunch of people in the One Clan who are counting on me, and I'm counting on you. Seriously, can you really get the limit breaking Dan from Niu Yud for free? Nongzhu rolled her eyes and said, don't worry about it. I have a good relationship with Niu Yud. Since it's a pill that can be sold in large quantities, he will definitely give it to me if I ask him for a batch. That's good. When Lanfeng heaved a sigh of relief, in order to protect the One Clan in the future, even if he had no intention of getting involved, he had to fight for it. Yes. I believe Nongzhu. It shouldn't be a problem for him to ask Niu Yud for some limit-breaking Dan. Lu Yanqing hid behind the green veil and smiled sweetly, then said seriously, I wanted to buy some for research, but Lingfang Valley's income is not wide. It can't be compared to other forces. Since there's someone who doesn't need money, I won't waste my money. Nongzhu, you can't be biased, you have to give me a batch for free too. Because she knew the background of Niu Yud and Nongzhu, there was a hint of ridicule in her words. Nongzhu glared at her fiercely. Mo Xiaojun told him about what happened in Treasure Tower, leaving Yu Qianqiu stunned for a long time. Then he asked for some details. Only then did he understand that in this short period of half a day, Yin Baikong had been secretly competing with someone. It was obvious that someone was trying to stop Yin Baikong from selling the limit-breaking Dan. Looking at the situation, it seemed that the various countries had joined forces, but this was also reasonable. After coming back to his senses, he couldn't help but admire Yin Baikong. Perhaps anyone could think of a way, but to be able to counterattack in such a short period of time, and in such an orderly manner, defeating the opponent's plot in one fell swoop, this was not something an ordinary person could do. Well done. Yu Qianqiu smacked his lips as he reminisced, looked at Mo Xiaojun, who had a face full of confusion, and shook his head slightly. Those who had not experienced this level could only see the surface of the good and bad business. They could not taste the turbulence behind the surface. He had the experience of being a superior in his previous life, so he could naturally see that Yin Baikong had taken a stroll on the edge of the cliff. It was very thrilling. At this time, Sikongju arrived again, cupped his hands and said, Senior Niu, my master invites you. There was no need to mention how gloomy he was, now that he had become an errand boy. He even had to run to the brothel. Actually, even he did not know the story behind today's sale of the limit-breaking Dan. Yin Baikong did not tell him, only Jing Yuankong and the disciples under him knew. Yin Baikong had his own ideas about which disciple should be in charge of which business. He would not let a disciple easily interfere with another party's business. Yu Qianqiu laughed. He knew that Yin Baikong was going to fulfill his promise to pay within a day. He had to admit that in terms of doing business, Yin Baikong's reputation was better than his own. But his own reputation was not bad either. He happily arrived at the God of Wealth Peak, and upon seeing Yin Baikong, he immediately cupped his hands and said, "Brother Yin, I really admire you. You played your hand beautifully today." Yin Baikong was slightly startled. He did not expect this guy to be able to see through the inside story. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. "The tree desires peace, but the wind does not cease. I also want to do business honestly, but some people just like to cause trouble. I have no choice but to retaliate. Let's not talk about this anymore. It would be strange if you could do business honestly." Yu Qianqiu smiled but did not say anything. Yin Baikong waved his hand and pointed at the 24 storage bags on the bluestone platform. 24 billion high-grade spirit stones have been paid as scheduled. Brother Niu, please check. Oh my. I've made a fortune. I won't have to sneak around for money anymore. I can do other things with peace of mind. Yu Qianqiu's heart was pounding with anxiety as he put away the storage pouch on the bluestone platform with a smile. Then he looked at Yin Baikong and nodded seriously. "Working with Brother Yin is really refreshing. I really did not choose the wrong partner." Haha. Isn't Brother Niu the same? Yin Baikong's mouth was full of flattery, but in his heart, he was thinking, as long as you are happy, there are some things that I have been holding back. After this busy period, it's time to think of a way for you to help me get some things from the immortal world that are beneficial to my cultivation. Chapter 625. Yu Qianqiu smiled. All right. I won't say much. You're busy, so I won't disturb you. However, I believe that Yu Qianqiu will arrive at the cornucopia in a few days. I hope that Brother Yin will keep to our previous agreement. Yin Baikong nodded. Of course, Brother Niu can rest assured. The money has already been prepared. Once Yu Qianqiu arrives, we will immediately exchange the goods. Good, you can continue with your work. Yu Qianqiu politely replied and floated down the mountain. Yin Baikong's face was full of smiles as he walked up the mountain, looking around at the beautiful scenery of the world. His mood was very carefree. Standing under the pine tree, Chu Tian's eyes were filled with lofty sentiments as he murmured, "This world, sooner or later, will be mine. Whether it is Wen Lanfeng or by Changchun, none of them can stop me." As soon as Yu Qianqiu arrived at the backyard of the Sleeping Spring building, he summoned Yin Yu and the 100 Charms Enchantress to the bungalow. Inside the room, Yu Qianqiu sat at the table and silently ate the fresh fruits on the plate. The two girls looked at each other in blank dismay, not knowing why he called them over. After a while, the fruit plate was half empty. Yu Qianqiu picked up the white handkerchief on the table and wiped his hands clean. Throwing the white handkerchief to the side, he coldly stared at Yen Yu. "I hope you still remember what I said to you before. When are you planning to leave?" Yen Yu bit her lips. "Where do you think I can go after I leave? If there is a powerful force that wants to find me, where can I hide?" The 100 Charms Enchantress looked at the two suspiciously, not knowing why Niu Yud wanted Yen Yu to leave. Yu Qianqiu indifferently said, "I'll advise you one last time. Are you going to leave or not?" As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere in the room suddenly became heavy. Yen Yu's chest heaved slightly as she stared fixedly at Yu Qianqiu. After a long time, she finally said, "If you take me with you, I'll leave. If you don't, I won't go anywhere." Yu Qianqiu's eyes flickered. Then he became determined and said in a deep voice, "Don't think that you can threaten me just because you know something about me. It's useless. I can give in to anything, but I won't give in to other people's threats. I have my own things to do, so it's impossible for me to bring you along. You'd better give up." These words were too hurtful to a woman's heart. The Enchantress of Allure, who was also a woman, silently looked at Yen Yu. Seeing a trace of distress flash across her face, she forced a smile and said, "In that case, I won't trouble you. I'll continue to stay in the Sleeping Spring loft. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone about you." Humph. Yu Qianqiu narrowed his eyes and said, "Do you want to be a brothel keeper for the rest of your life? I've already stepped into the cultivation world. Do I have a choice?" Yen Yu chuckled as if she was very happy. She said, "Cornucopia still has some rules. Once I leave it, what will happen to me? A woman with no background, good looks, but low cultivation. Walking in the cultivation world will sooner or later become the plaything of God knows how many men. Senior Niu, you're also a man, don't you think so? Yu Qianqiu didn't answer her. He looked at the enchantress of allure with an expressionless face and said, "And you? I advise you to return to the cultivation world of China. Don't think about looking for that Yu Qianqiu again. That guy still has a lot of problems to solve, so he can't help you at the moment. If you're willing, I'll find someone to send you back safely." "Thank you for your kindness, Senior. Since I'm already here, I'd better stay and take a look." The enchantress of allure bowed slightly and tactfully refused Yu Qianqiu's kindness. Two women who don't know what's good for them. Yu Qianqiu suddenly stood up, leaving a cold snort, and strode out of the door. The footsteps outside the door suddenly disappeared, and then it was quiet inside and outside the room. Yanyu suddenly raised her head and quickly ran out to the courtyard outside, but she couldn't see Niu Yud's figure anymore. She looked around in a daze and her body swayed, and she almost couldn't stand. Unbeknownst to her, the enchantress of 100 Charm had appeared behind her and gently supported her. Yanyu looked back with a little fear and asked, "Why did he suddenly say that today? Will he never come back?" At this moment, she didn't look like a shrewd boss lady at all. Men are all bad things. If he doesn't come back, then he won't come back. The enchantress of allure looked at her again and asked, "Do you care about him a lot?" Yanyu broke free from her hands and smiled bitterly. "Big sister Yi, can't he see that I don't want to leave here, and only want to be with him? Since he wants me to leave, why didn't he even give me some words to make me feel assured? Isn't it said that men like to say some sweet words to coax women? Why didn't he even say some perfunctory words to deceive me? Is it because I came from a brothel that he's so disdainful?" The reason why she fell in love with Niu Yud at first sight was because she saw Niu Yud accept Li Qiuxiang with her own eyes. Although Li Qiuxiang came from a brothel, he tried his best to save her, and didn't look down on brothel women in the slightest. This scene greatly moved Yanyu, who also wanted to live a normal life as a woman. In addition, Niu Yud's unfathomable cultivation gave her a strong sense of security, and her stubborn heart muddle-headedly cheated. Once the floodgates of love opened, it couldn't be stopped. Otherwise, how could Niu Yud get into her bed so easily? Hearing this, the temptress suddenly burst into laughter. She rubbed her forehead and shook her head. "Little sister Yan, you're finished." After laughing, she grabbed Yanyu's hand and said with a firm look in her eyes, "Trust me, this kind of man. The reason why he's not willing to give you sweet words is because he already has a place for you in his heart. He has to take responsibility for every word he says to you, so he won't easily open his mouth. But then again, if he doesn't have you in his heart, he can leave if he wants to. Why would he come back to say these heartless words to you? There's no need." "Really?" Yanyu grabbed her hand, eager to confirm. The temptress raised her hand and tapped Yanyu's forehead and chuckled. "You're lucky to meet a good man. Don't worry. He's cold on the outside, but warm on the inside. He won't leave you alone. What's the use of his heartless words? He's just lying to himself. If he has the ability, he'll never come looking for you. You don't have to worry, just wait for him to come back." Yanyu was slightly stunned, and suddenly burst into laughter. How could she not see this at the beginning? And it was precisely because of this that she was sure to defeat him. Just now, she was just muddle-headed by Niu Yud's heartless words. It was because she cared too much about him that she panicked. Yanyu bit her lip and murmured, "If you have the ability, don't come looking for me." The temptress looked at Yanyu with some envy. In the primeval forest outside the cornucopia, Yu Qianqiu once again appeared at the place where the pheasant was roasted last time. The ashes on the ground were still there, but the bones that were originally thrown there had disappeared. It was estimated that they were taken away by some animals. Yu Qianqiu's face was very long. Those two women made him very unhappy, and neither of them was easy to deal with. The temptress's feelings for him were a little ambiguous, and he still had some headaches until now. He tried to avoid it as much as he could. Yanyu. It was a little strange that a woman with a pure body could support such a big brothel. Which normal woman would run a brothel? Yu Qianqiu was originally very suspicious, and he dared not reveal his true identity to make arrangements. After meeting the temptress, He wanted to let her take Yin Yu to the Wuxia cultivation world to hide first, and ask a reliable escort on the way, such as asking Nongzhu for help. However, these two women had steeled their hearts. Do whatever you want, I don't care. Yu Qianqiu kicked a big tree fiercely twice to vent his displeasure. Suddenly, he looked up at the tree, and saw a huge head poking out of the branches and leaves, staring at him with two big cold eyes. A large brown python flicked its tongue, and slid down the tree trunk at high speed. Yu Qianqiu was stunned, and he guessed that his two kicks had awakened the sleeping python in the tree. Before the python landed on the ground, it rushed over and wrapped Yu Qianqiu with its nearly 10-meter-long body. Then it curled up, trying to strangle its prey. It was not strange to see such a big python in the primitive forest. Yu Qianqiu looked up at the python's gradually opening mouth, and said coldly, Yu Qianqiu is back, Starflame Fire Spell. A ball of green flame suddenly exploded, and swallowed both the man and the python. After a while, the green flame disappeared, and Yu Qianqiu was unscathed, but there was a pile of ashes on the ground. He did not even bother to look at it, and began to carefully remove the human skin mask on his face. Then he removed the force that suppressed his vocal cords and changed his voice. He loosened the muscles on his face, removed the hairband that bound his hair, put away the bracelet on his wrist, and took off all his clothes. He stood there completely naked, and a stream of water appeared out of thin air, wrapped around him and quickly washed him. After washing up, he waved his hand, and the stream of water flowed into the dense forest. He took out another set of clothes and changed into it, and his hairstyle was restored to Yu Qianqiu's style. He looked like a new person. He looked around, and without hesitation he quickly flew into the air. He looked at the god of wealth peak in the distance, and in a flash he flew towards the treasure basin. Not long after, he arrived outside the treasure basin, and landed between the two hanging bridges. He saw many cultivators coming and going on the bridge, which was hidden in the fog. Guan Zhongkai had brought him here once, so he was familiar with the way. He strolled along the hanging bridge and entered. After crossing the hanging bridge, he entered the cave. Yu Qianqiu walked straight into a stone room inside the cave, and saw a few people registering to receive the treasure basin entry jade archive. He was not in a hurry, and stood in line behind them obediently. When it was his turn, he said, "Give me an entry jade archive." Name school. The cultivator behind the table picked up a jade archive, and asked as he wrote something on it. Yu Qianqiu, no school, a loose cultivator. Yu Qianqiu said plainly. As soon as he said that, the people coming and going in the cave all stopped in their tracks. Even the guards in the cave turned to look at him. The cultivator behind the table raised his head in surprise and said, "You're Yu Qianqiu?" Chapter 626. If I'm not Yu Qianqiu, then who do you think I am? Yu Qianqiu retorted, amused and annoyed at the same time. That's not what I meant. The person behind the table stood up and waved his hand. Just then, a person sitting in the corner of the stone room walked over and smiled. We didn't mean anything else. We just wanted to confirm something. Yu Qianqiu glanced at him. It was the same person whom Guan Zhongkai addressed as senior uncle the last time he came here. He was here to make a fortune, not to cause trouble. Miaoyi nodded and waved his hand. A green flame dragon flew out, illuminating the entire stone room in a dazzling green light. The flame dragon circled around the table, and the table was instantly reduced to ashes. After that, the green flame dragon burrowed into Yu Qianqiu's sleeve and disappeared. Guan Zhongkai's senior uncle's pupils shrank. He couldn't feel any heat from the flame dragon, but it had easily burned a wooden table to ashes. What a powerful technique to control fire. The person who was sitting at the table looked at the ground speechlessly. The crowd in the passageway had gathered and blocked the entrance. Do I need to use any other methods to prove it? Yu Qianqiu tilted his head and asked. I've long heard of the Starflame fire technique. Now that I've seen it for myself, it certainly lives up to its reputation. Guan Zhongkai's senior uncle praised. He then turned to the cultivator holding the jade archive and said, What are you spacing out for? Hurry up and help Mr. Yu with the jade archive. The cultivator nodded repeatedly. After he had Yu Qianqiu inject some true essence into the archive, he quickly inscribed the incantation on the jade archive. Yu Qianqiu took the jade archive and asked, "How much?" Guan Zhongkai's senior uncle glanced at the crowd outside and smiled. "Someone knew that Mr. Yu was coming and has already paid for you." Oh. Yu Qianqiu didn't stand on ceremony. He took the jade archive and left. The crowd outside quickly made way for him to pass. After he was far away, someone asked, "Is he really that butcher Yu Qianqiu?" "That's right. After offending so many people, how could he dare to come here instead of hiding? You don't understand. Now that he has Wen Longfeng's support, there's nothing to be afraid of." As the #1 expert below the soul formation stage, he can be considered a well-known figure in the cultivation world. Guan Zhongkai's martial uncle shouted at the crowd, "Disperse, don't block the way and hinder others from entering." After the crowd dispersed, he immediately found the right direction and sent a telepathic message, informing them that Yu Qianqiu had arrived. As soon as Yu Qianqiu arrived, the people in charge of the 8 entrances had already been informed of his arrival. After exiting the cave, Yu Qianqiu once again saw the bustling cornucopia. He only took a casual glance and immediately saw a figure appear in front of him. It was Sikongju. When the people below saw Sikongju's appearance, they couldn't help but stop to watch. This was the first time Sikongju saw Yu Qianqiu. He sized him up and asked indifferently, "You're Yu Qianqiu?" He didn't have a good impression of Yu Qianqiu. Shaming his disciple, Guan Zhongkai, was the same as slapping his face. "He's Yu Qianqiu?" The people below were in an uproar. "Yu Qianqiu is here?" Yu Qianqiu secretly found it funny. This guy was still calling me a senior earlier, but now he's acting like an expert. He frowned and said, "Report your name. I don't casually talk to strangers." Sikongju's eyes flashed as he stared at Yu Qianqiu and said in a deep voice, "World Commerce Association, Sikongju. Oh. I've heard of your name for a long time. I am indeed Yu Qianqiu." Yu Qianqiu cupped his hands and asked curiously, "Do you have any business with me? Senior Niu asked me to find you. I believe you should know what's going on." Sikongju said, "If it wasn't for the other party carrying something important, why would he be so patient with Yu Qianqiu?" "Oh, I understand." Yu Qianqiu looked around and said in astonishment, "Are we going to talk here?" Sikongju pointed at the god of wealth peak and said, "Follow me." Yu Qianqiu nodded and the two of them flew towards the god of wealth peak. "Wow. That butcher actually dared to come to Cornucopia," someone exclaimed, and the crowd immediately became lively. The news of Yu Qianqiu's arrival quickly spread. On the god of wealth peak, Yin Baikong smiled as he looked at Yu Qianqiu, who was looking around, and said, "I am Yin Baikong. You are the rising star of the cultivation world. Yu Qianqiu? Haha. You are indeed a talent. Not bad, not bad. Ah. You are one of the top 10 experts of the cultivation world. Senior Yin?" Yu Qianqiu steadied his head and asked in disbelief. "Haha. It's just an empty title, not worth mentioning." Yin Baikong appeared to be amiable. "Greetings, Senior Yin." Yu Qianqiu bowed and stood up. He suddenly said to Sikongju, "You should also learn more from your master. In terms of cultivation, your master is much higher than you. But look at Senior Yin, he speaks so politely. Unlike you, you act like you want to kill the moment you see him." Sikongju was stunned by his words. Then his face twitched and his eyes glared at Yin Baikong. This guy was telling on him. Before they left the mountain, Yin Baikong had specially told him to be polite to Yu Qianqiu. As expected, Yin Baikong's face slightly sank and asked indifferently, "Sikongju, what did you do to Yu Qianqiu? Just what is going on?" Even if Sikongju killed Yu Qianqiu, Yin Baikong wouldn't feel bad about it. But not listening to him was something to think about. "Master, I didn't do anything to him." Sikongju forcefully suppressed his anger. Yu Qianqiu waved his hand and said, "Senior Yin, don't misunderstand. He really didn't do anything to me. It's just that the way he spoke made me feel uncomfortable." He then bowed and said, "I have also seen Senior Yin. Junior doesn't dare to disturb Senior anymore. I will take my leave now." He turned and left. Leaving just like that? Yin Baikong was startled. Originally, he wanted to scold Sikongju for putting on an act for Yu Qianqiu, but it seemed like there was no need to do so now. He immediately called out, "Yu Qianqiu, please wait." Yu Qianqiu turned around and said, "Senior, do you have any other instructions?" Yin Baikong's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Niu Yud never contacted him? Suppressing the anxiety in his heart, he smiled and asked, "Yu Qianqiu, did brother Niu Yud not tell you anything?" "Oh, I almost forgot. My memory isn't that good." Yu Qianqiu slapped his forehead and said, "Senior is asking about the 7 treasure Dan, right?" Yin Baikong's heart that was in his throat finally calmed down. He breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "It's all right. It's good that you remembered. Let's settle this matter first." With a wave of his hand, 10 bulging storage pouches landed on the bluestone platform at the side. Yu Qianqiu glanced at the 10 storage pouches and scratched his head. "Senior, can I discuss something with you?" Yin Baikong smiled and said, "What's the matter?" "It's like this," Yu Qianqiu said embarrassedly. "Senior's World Commerce Chamber of Commerce is rich and powerful. A mere 7 treasure Dan definitely won't be able to enter your eyes. And this junior also wants to do some small business in cornucopia. Why don't you let this junior sell this 7 treasures pill myself? How about it?" Yin Baikong was speechless. 5,007 treasure Dan was still a small business? "Kid, aren't you afraid of being stuffed to death?" He tried his best to squeeze out a smile on his face and said, "Young man, this is not right of you. You must keep your promise. You must do what you promised. You must not have any improper thoughts." "Ha!" Yu Qianqiu laughed and said, "I'm just casually saying it. If you don't want to, then forget it." Yin Baikong took out a storage pouch reluctantly and took out a pill. Immediately, he saw a 7-colored pill halo lingering between his fingers. It was exactly the same as the 7 treasure Dan he had seen before. Even Yin Baikong couldn't fake this kind of top-quality pill halo, so it was naturally the real deal. Yin Baikong injected his divine sense into the storage pouch and frowned. He stared at Yu Qianqiu and asked, "How many 7 treasure Dan did Niu Yud give you?" Yu Qianqiu said with a guilty expression, "They should all be in the storage pouch. This kid is trying to play tricks." Yin Baikong's face sank and said, "That can't be right. There are only 4,000 here. Brother Niu clearly told me that he gave you 5,000. Where did the other 1,000 go?" Sikong Ju stared at him coldly, ready to seize the opportunity to flip out. "Oh, I almost forgot. My memory isn't that good." Yu Qianqiu took out another storage pouch from his chest and said with an awkward smile, "I was afraid that it wouldn't be safe to put all the pills in one storage pouch, so I took 1,000 and put them elsewhere." Finished speaking, he reluctantly handed the storage pouch over to Yin Baikong. Yin Baikong took the storage pouch and checked it. The remaining 1,000 pills were indeed in the pouch. He then revealed a satisfied smile and put them all away. He pointed at the 10 storage pouches on the bluestone platform and said, "Those are the 10 billion high-grade spirit stones I promised Brother Niu. Go and count them. We're done with the goods." Yu Qianqiu walked over and sat on the bluestone platform. He counted the pouches one by one and muttered, "No matter how much money there is, it's not mine. I have to give it all to Senior Niu." After confirming the amount, he put away the storage pouch and said to Yin Baikong, "Senior, next time, you can ask Senior Niu to give you the 7 treasure pills directly. It will save both you and me trouble. There's no point in letting it pass through my hands." Yin Baikong smiled slightly. He could see that this kid was making so many problems because he wasn't satisfied that he didn't get any benefits in the process. However, what he said was exactly what he wanted. If the 7 treasure pills passed through this kid's hands, he wouldn't be at ease. It would be better to trade with Niu Yud. He nodded and said, Since you said it like that, then it's settled. I'll talk to Brother Niu about this." He then turned to Sikong Ju and said, "Sikong, send Yu Qianqiu down the mountain. Remember to give him 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. Don't let him work hard for nothing." Sikong Ju accepted the order and brought Yu Qianqiu down the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, he really gave him 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. After that, he didn't care about him anymore and left in a flash. This matter already had nothing to do with him. Only a ghost would care about him. Of course, it was also because of Niu Yud that he didn't beat him up. Yu Qianqiu weighed the storage pouch in his hand and chuckled. It was worth it to waste 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. He put it away and walked towards the bustling street. Chapter 627. At the exit to the street, other than a few World Chamber of Commerce disciples standing guard, there were also 4 people looking around. Normally, outsiders were not allowed to stay on this road to God of Wealth Peak. However, these 4 people were Niu Yud's subordinates and enjoyed privileges that outsiders did not have. Yu Qianqiu walked to the back of the 4 and stopped. The 4 of them also turned to look at him. They were all a little confused. This person didn't look like a disciple of the World Chamber of Commerce. So why did he come down from God of Wealth Peak? Yu Qianqiu smiled at the 4 people. I am Yu Qianqiu. Senior Niu must have already told you. The 4 people looked at each other and no longer had any doubts. The person who knew the content of their conversation with Niu Yud was naturally Yu Qianqiu. So they bowed together and said, "Greetings, Mr. Yu." Then Tianyi cupped his fists and said, "Senior Niu told us to wait here for Mr. and to listen to Mr.'s orders." "I know. Senior Niu has told me. The 4 of you follow me." Yu Qianqiu instructed and walked into the street. The 4 people followed behind. The World Chamber of Commerce disciples guarding the road exchanged glances. One of them immediately rushed up the mountain to report. Walking along the street, one could hear people discussing Yu Qianqiu's arrival. However, there were not many people who knew Yu Qianqiu. They did not know that Yu Qianqiu was walking among them. Yu Qianqiu felt comfortable all over. He was not as conspicuous as Niu Yud. Without everyone's attention, he felt much more at ease. However, because of Tianyi and the other 3 people, there were still many people pointing at him, who was walking in front of them. "Tianyi, where do you think we should stay?" Yu Qianqiu asked casually. Tianyi immediately followed and replied, "There is a residence on God of Wealth Peak that Senior Niu wants. The environment is not bad. If Mr. is willing, you can stay with us there." "That place?" Yu Qianqiu thought for a moment and shook his head. "Don't stay there from today onwards. We will go to a safer place to stay." "Yes," Tianyi replied. However, the 4 people exchanged glances. They were all confused. They did not know where cornucopia could be safer than God of Wealth Peak. Isn't that Yu Qianqiu?" Someone suddenly shouted from the moving crowd. Everyone's gazes followed and stared. "So he's Yu Qianqiu." The stream of people came to a standstill, and discussions immediately broke out. This was bad. They were immediately caught in a traffic jam. The group of 5 had become a rare animal. Everyone wanted to see what Yu Qianqiu looked like. The path ahead was also blocked. Yu Qianqiu did not say anything else. His body emitted an azure flame that wrapped around him, and he walked forward with the flame in his hand. It was a very frightening sight. The scorching heat wave cleared the way forward, scaring the onlookers into squeezing in all directions, immediately clearing the way forward. Both sides of the street were instantly filled with curses. Yu Qianqiu couldn't be bothered to care about them. In any case, there weren't many good people here, and they deserved to be burned to death. He put away the green flames and continued on his own path, letting the others curse him. If someone scolded him too impudently, he didn't mind killing 1 or 2. Who asked him to have Wen Lanfeng supporting him now? It would be a waste not to use such a big name. Amano and the other 3 looked at each other. The name of the butcher of the cultivation world was indeed well deserved. Following Yu Qianqiu, they crossed a few streets and stopped in front of a shop. When the 4 of them saw the emblem of a dark green orchid, they suddenly realized. That's right. Didn't Wen Lanfeng come to Cornucopia? Living in the one family shop was definitely safer than living on the God of Wealth Peak. The shop assistant welcomed the 5 people who came in with a smile and said, "You." Noticing that a group of people were looking here and pointing, he was a little puzzled, so he couldn't help but change his words. "Are the 5 of you here to sell something?" Yu Qianqiu glanced at the shop and found that the one family shop was simply a grocery store, with all kinds of things. It seemed that the one family didn't have any specialty, and it was difficult to make a lot of money without something special. It was probably just a contact point. He shook his head and said to the assistant, "I'm Yu Qianqiu, and I'm here to visit Senior One." "Yu Qianqiu?" The assistant looked outside and immediately understood. The shopkeeper of the shop came a few steps and asked, "Are you Yu Qianqiu?" "I'm the real deal." Yu Qianqiu smiled. The shopkeeper looked serious and waved his hand, saying, "Come with me." Then he took them to the backyard and asked them to wait for a while. He ran upstairs to report. After a while, a head popped out of a window upstairs, with a sullen face, and shouted to the people below, "Get up here." It was none other than Nongzhu. "Have you taken the wrong medicine?" Yu Qianqiu immediately retorted. He turned back to the four people and said, "You wait here, I'll go and see what's going on." The four people agreed, but they were secretly amazed. They all saw the man just now. It was Mr. Nongzhu who looked for Niu Yid last time. Yu Qianqiu dared to contradict him like this. He was very powerful. Lu Yanqing heard Yu Qianqiu's words upstairs and suddenly laughed. She asked Nongzhu, "Is it Yu Qianqiu?" Nongzhu nodded with a sullen face. When Lanfeng couldn't help laughing. He rubbed his hands excitedly and said, "I've heard of this guy for a long time. I'd like to see what's different about him today." The three people all stared at the door. Unexpectedly, they heard dong-dong footsteps everywhere on the floor below. Then they heard someone scolding below. "Damn it, we went to the wrong floor. The fourth floor is the top floor. This is the third floor." The three people looked at each other. Lu Yanqing's face was blocked by the green gauze. They couldn't see any change, but they could hear unbearable laughter coming from inside. When Lanfeng just laughed twice, and Nongzhu's face couldn't be gloomy anymore. She scolded with a somewhat twisted face, "Bastard, what a shame." Dong 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 footsteps sounded outside. A head popped in and muttered while observing. "Why does a shabby shop have so many rooms? It's like a maze. Don't you think?" When he turned his head to the left, he found Nongzhu and the other two people standing inside. He swallowed his words and asked weakly, "Can I come in?" When Lanfeng smiled and said, "Come in," he stared at him curiously. He wanted to see what was so special about this disciple who could attract Bai Changchun's attention. Yu Qianqiu's face became serious. He walked to Wen Lanfeng and saluted. "You must be the famous senior one." "No need to be so polite." Wen Lanfeng laughed and said, "You are also famous." "Alas, that's just a false reputation, not worth mentioning." Yu Qianqiu behaved very modestly. When he saw Lu Yanqing, whose face was covered by the green gauze, he pretended not to know her. He asked knowingly, "May I know who this female senior is?" But she and Senior Wen are a perfect match. They are a perfect match. Is she Mrs. Wen? Nongzhu's expression twitched. This guy really knew how to flatter. Wen Lanfeng was probably flattered. Tilting his head to look, Wen Lanfeng was indeed staring at Yu Qianqiu with admiration. It wasn't just ordinary admiration, it was simply admiration. But Lu Yanqing did not accept his feelings. She asked with deep meaning, "You haven't even seen my face. How do you know we are a perfect match? Have you seen me somewhere?" Her voice was like the sound of a clear spring in a deep valley, like the song of an oriole. Damn. Even her voice was so beautiful. No wonder she was the most beautiful woman in the world. Yu Qianqiu was stunned. Then he waved his hand and said, No. It's the first time for me to see Senior Wen, let alone Mrs. Wen. But your temperament is like a dragon and a phoenix, with the charm of a zither and a harp. People with discerning eyes can tell you are husband and wife at first sight." Nongzhu stared at the beam and rolled her eyes when she heard Madame Wen. Wen Lanfeng kept looking at Lu Yanqing and then at himself. It seemed that he really found the beauty of a dragon and a phoenix, and the charm of a harp and a harp. "Well, don't talk nonsense anymore." Lu Yanqing said unhappily, "I'm not Mrs. Wen. I'm Lu Yanqing of Lingfang Valley." The eyes behind the green veil stared at Yu Qianqiu, sizing him up. She couldn't understand. Everyone said that he was refined, but how did he end up being such a bootlicker? Was this really the talented Yu Qianqiu? If Nongzhu was not present, she would even suspect that this person was an impostor of Yu Qianqiu. Ah, Yu Qianqiu had a look of astonishment as he said, "So it's the world-renowned miracle hands of rejuvenation. Divine Physician Senior Lu. Sorry for the disrespect." Then he bowed to Wen Lanfeng and said, "Senior Wen, please forgive me for not knowing. I was too reckless just now. Please don't take it to heart. Lu Yanqing was completely speechless. She thought it was not a coincidence that this guy could be in a brothel. When Lanfeng said with a warm face, "Those who don't know are not guilty. You can't be blamed for not knowing." Yu Qianqiu immediately took advantage of the situation and said, "Since you have forgiven me, I have a request. I hope you can agree." Nongzhu glanced at him coldly and thought, "Here it comes. Here it comes. I knew this guy would never be ingratiating for no reason. He must be hiding something." When Lanfeng's first impression of Yu Qianqiu was very good. It was rare to see such an attractive junior after so many years. No wonder he could enter by Changchun's eyes. There must be a reason. She immediately nodded and said, "What's the matter? As long as I can do it." "Here's the thing." Yu Qianqiu explained with a bitter smile. "Senior one, you know that I have offended a lot of people in the cultivation world. Now that I have come to Cornucopia, I really can't find a safe place to stay. I wonder if I can stay in your one family's shop? I see that you have a lot of empty rooms here." Nongzhu was suspicious. This guy had found a free bodyguard. He pretended to be Niu Yud, and was like a fish in water in Cornucopia. Who dared to provoke him? Now he suddenly restored his true appearance. Was something going to happen in Cornucopia? Thinking of this, he immediately thought of Zi and Furong, who were still on the God of Wealth peak. He immediately decided to bring them here as soon as possible. It was right to follow this cunning guy. He did not know that Lu Yanqing was also suspicious. That's it. When Lanfeng was surprised and felt that the request was too simple. "It's not just me. There are also 4 of my attendants down there. Can they all stay together?" Yu Qianqiu asked. When Lanfeng laughed and said, "This is nothing. You can all live in." Chapter 628. Haha, thank you, senior. Yu Qianqiu showed a sincere smile, but when he looked at Wen Lanfeng and Lu Yanqing, he shook his head slightly, showing a look of regret, and muttered, "What a pity, what a pity." No one knew what he was talking about, but everyone understood what he meant. When Lanfeng was very emotional, he admired Bai Changchun from the bottom of his heart. How could he find such an outstanding disciple? Why didn't my Wen family have such an outstanding disciple? Otherwise, I would have taught him a good lesson. Lu Yanqing, who was in the green gauze, bit her teeth lightly. Logically speaking, she should not be too calculative with this junior, but for some inexplicable reason, she felt her teeth itch. "Don't play tricks here." Nongzhu sneered at Yu Qianqiu, and then said to Wen Lanfeng, "Wen Lanfeng, the 2 girls I brought are living with Yin Baikong. I'm a little worried. I'd better bring them here." "All right." Wen Lanfeng nodded. Yu Qianqiu was slightly stunned, and asked suspiciously, "You brought 2 girls here? Who?" Nongzhu rolled her eyes and snorted. "Who cares who they are? They are not as important as your spring slumber loft." After that, she teleported. Yu Qianqiu was speechless. It seemed that Nongzhu already knew about his relationship with Yanyu. Thinking of Furong of Shuntian Island, and Wu Lixue of the Wu family, he couldn't help but reflect. Later, he sighed sadly, seeing that he couldn't do anything about the previous one. Lu Yanqing knew his background, and her eyes were hiding behind the green veil to observe. When Lanfeng didn't understand what Nongzhu meant, and asked in surprise, "Yu Qianqiu, what's your relationship with the spring slumber loft?" Yu Qianqiu came back to his senses and said with a bitter smile, "Something that shouldn't have happened. Anyway, it's all my fault," he casually said. When Lanfeng saw that he didn't want to talk about it, so she didn't ask anymore. After the news of Yu Qianqiu's arrival in the cornucopia spread, all the forces were ready to make a move. To the various demigod realm lords, Yu Qianqiu's current cultivation was nothing to them. What moved them was the treasure left behind by the demon lord of 10,000 swords. Hence, they all sent people to keep an eye on him. This brat had been hiding for so long. Since he had appeared, they couldn't let him go. Although he had Wen Lanfeng's support, Wen Lanfeng couldn't always protect him, right? As long as they left the cornucopia, there would be times when they would be alone. At that time, he would personally make a move and capture Yu Qianqiu would be a piece of cake, and no one would know about it. As long as Wen Lanfeng did not know who captured Yu Qianqiu, he could not support Yu Qianqiu even if he wanted to. Around the one family's shop, The number of people secretly watching suddenly increased. After listening to Niu Yud's words, Yin Baikong, who was on the God of Wealth peak, lost interest in the treasure left behind by the demon lord of 10,000 swords. However, after hearing that Amano and the other three were following Yu Qianqiu, he felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't figure out what was wrong. Hence, he also ordered people to closely monitor Yu Qianqiu. In the Dirong Kingdom's shop, after Bing Qingzi heard about Hu Yuntian's actions in luring the two of them to the sleeping spring loft, his complexion became gloomy and gloomy. Without a doubt, even though he had sworn an oath, it had still aroused the suspicion of others. Since Hu Changshou had already become suspicious, the others certainly wouldn't be any better. It was just that most of them didn't have Hu Changshou's strength, so they didn't dare to openly probe. Being stabbed in the back by one's ally made one's mood very bad. However, Bing Qingzi slightly calmed down and put this matter aside for the time being. Similar things were common in the cultivation world, so it wasn't strange at all. Just like these few times, how could he and Hu Changshou not stab Yin Baikong in the back? The latter was also the two's ally, but when it came to interests, they would still take action. The most important thing was to have the ability to deter others, so that they wouldn't dare to act rashly. After the cornucopia meeting ends, immediately follow me back to the Ice Palace. This is not a place to stay for long. For the first time, Bing Qingzi's words to Yan Juexing carried an unquestionable tone. Yan Juexing was silent for a while before saying, "Master, disciples' cultivation has stagnated, becoming a bottleneck in the cultivation of demonic arts. I can only rely on the blood demon flower to lay the 7-star blood formation to absorb the power of the stars to break through quickly. It's said that the cornucopia meeting is a gathering of treasures, but why haven't I seen anyone selling the 7-star blood orchid until now?" Bing Qingzi and Man, who could hear the unwillingness in his words, sighed. This kind of thing can be encountered, but not all the time. Bing Qingzi sighed slightly and said, "It turns out that the true cultivation meaning of the demonic book has always been sealed by the taboo. Those who don't cultivate the demonic book can't discover and break it. Otherwise, the demonic book will self-destruct. Even I didn't know about this. If I had known that the 7-star blood orchid was the blood demon flower, I would have started collecting it long ago, and I wouldn't be in such a passive situation. At least 7 blood orchids are needed to lay the formation. It's a bit difficult to collect them all at once." Man who bowed and said, "Master, you can't be blamed for this. I think the demonic king who wrote the demonic book didn't want such a book to fall into the hands of his opponent, so he added the taboo to protect it." Then he said to Yan Juexing, "Junior brother, this matter can't be rushed. Although the 7-star blood orchid is rare, it's not extinct. There will be a time when it appears, so we might as well wait patiently." Yan Juexing nodded slightly, but he said thoughtfully, "Maybe there are many in the Chinese cultivation world." "Oh." Bing Qingzi's eyes lit up. "Are you sure?" "There are 4 major clans in the Chinese cultivation world. Among them, the Wu clan runs the largest auction house in China. I participated once and saw someone auctioning the blood orchid with my own eyes." Yan Juexing squinted his eyes and said, "Later on, I heard that the Wu clan auctioned the 7-star blood orchid several times consecutively. This matter is a bit strange. Why is it that only the Wu clan auctioned the blood orchid one after another?" "Are you suspecting that the Wu clan has the blood orchid?" Bing Qingzi asked. "That's not necessarily true." Yan Juexing shook his head and said with firm eyes, "But there's one thing I'm sure of. The Wu clan definitely knows who the seller and buyer are. It's a pity that it's not convenient to go deep into China's hinterland to make a move on the Wu clan. Otherwise, I'll definitely be able to find out something." "All right, there's no need to worry as long as there's a target." Bing Qingzi's eyes flickered and said, "The East Holy Land is opening soon. Once Bai Changchun leaves, I can't care so much anymore. I'll make a trip to the Wu clan personally and find the blood orchid, so that your demonic technique can make a breakthrough as soon as possible." "Master." Man who wanted to say something but stopped on second thought. A group of spirit-severing stage experts were forced by Bai Changchun to make a deadly oath, so they couldn't go to the Chinese cultivation world easily. But thinking that Master had broken the restriction to save Yan Juexing last time, it was meaningless to say anything more. At this moment, a disciple ran over and reported the news of Yu Qianqiu to Cornucopia. After hearing the news, Bing Qingzi and Man whose faces turned gloomy. They had always remembered the death of their second brother on Yu Qianqiu's head. Yu Qianqiu, you finally appeared. It's been a long time since we last met in China. Yan Zhuixing sneered. He still had a long way to go in cultivating the demonic book, but it shouldn't be a problem for him to deal with Yu Qianqiu. In the backyard of the dormant spring building, the Enchantress of 100 Charms stood by the small lotus pond. Her body was wrapped in a red veil and looked very enchanting. After listening to Niu Yud's words, she didn't show her face in public anymore. She just hoped that Niu Yud's words were true and waited quietly for the arrival of Yu Qianqiu. Sister Yi. Yan Yu shouted happily as soon as she entered the courtyard. She quickly walked to the side of the Enchantress of 100 Charms and said, "Good news, do you want to hear it?" The Enchantress of 100 Charms had a trace of doubt between her eyebrows. After thinking for a while, she was shocked and thought of something. For the current her, what else could be good news? She couldn't help but ask excitedly, You mean he's here?" Yan Yu smiled and said, "When I first heard the news, I was worried that you would be happy for nothing. So I sent someone to inquire and confirm it. Not long ago, the person I sent saw Yu Qianqiu using the Starflame Fire technique on the street with his own eyes. It's really the Yu Qianqiu you've been waiting for." "Really? Where is he now?" the Enchantress of 100 Charms asked impatiently. Her face was full of excitement that was hard to suppress. She was a dignified palace mistress. She had sneaked into this place from the cultivation world of China. Not to mention that she was unfamiliar with the people and the place. She also had to be on guard everywhere. It could be said that she had suffered a lot and the hardships were indescribable. With great difficulty, she had finally found him. How could she not be excited? Yan Yu looked at her reaction and chuckled. From her reaction, it could be seen that she wasn't looking for Yu Qianqiu just to solve some trouble as she had said. She was afraid that there was something ambiguous going on. To be honest, Yan Yu was now somewhat curious. What kind of person was Yu Qianqiu to be able to make this woman, who always laughed at everything, care so much about him? "I heard that he entered the Wen clan's shop, and hasn't come out yet." Just as Yan Yu finished speaking, she saw that the Enchantress of 100 Charms was about to soar into the sky. She hurriedly pulled her back and shook her head, saying, "Since he's already here, why are you in such a hurry? The cornucopia doesn't allow cultivators below the soul formation stage to fly as they please. Otherwise, they will be killed. Don't be too happy until sorrow comes." The Enchantress of 100 Charms paused. She could hear the teasing tone in Yan Yu's words. She then angrily pinched Yan Yu's voluptuous chest and said, "You're making fun of me." However, she still gave up on the thought of flying over, and quickly left the lotus pond. Yan Yu flashed and caught up to her. She pulled her back and said, "I want to see what kind of man this Yu Qianqiu is to be able to make Big Sister fall head over heels for him." "You're still talking," the Enchantress of 100 Charms shouted, and the other giggled. The two of them chattered as they left. It was always easier for women who were in the same boat to become friends. Two beautiful women, one more seductive than the other, appeared on the street at the same time. They immediately attracted everyone's attention, and the sound of saliva being swallowed could be heard. The two women ignored them and went straight to the Wen clan's shop. When the shopkeeper of the shop saw the two of them, he was stunned for a moment. He immediately greeted them with cupped hands and a smile. "So it's owner Yan and the top courtesan of Spring Slumber Brothel. Your presence really brings light to my humble shop. May I ask what you two would like to buy from my humble shop?" Shopkeeper one is too polite. Yan Yu smiled. They were doing business on the same street, so they knew each other. He then asked, "I heard that Yu Qianqiu is in your shop. Is that true?" Shopkeeper one pondered for a moment. He thought that everyone had seen this and there was nothing to hide. He then nodded and said, "That's right, he is here. Could it be that you two are here to look for him?" Chapter 629. Temptress replied, "I'm an old friend of Yu Qianqiu. I heard that he came to Cornucopia, so I came to see him. Please inform him that Yi Kun is looking for him. He naturally knows who I am. If it weren't for Wen Lanfeng, she would have gone in to find him. Shopkeeper Wen's face was solemn. Yu Qianqiu had a close relationship with the Wen family's ancestor. He really didn't see that this seductive sleeping spring housetop courtesan was actually a friend of Yu Qianqiu. Could it be that there was some ambiguous relationship between the two? He didn't dare to neglect and immediately cupped his hands and said, "Please wait a moment, I'll go and inform Mr. Yu." "Thank you." Temptress respectfully sent him off. Upstairs, Yu Qianqiu was swinging his arm to fool Wen Lanfeng, causing Lu Yanqing to frown incessantly. Wen Lanfeng seemed to be possessed, and even admired him to the extreme. In his heart, he was full of envy that Bai Changchun had accepted a good disciple. The shopkeeper ran up and saluted them first, and then said to Yu Qianqiu, "Mr. Yu, there is a woman named Yi Kun looking for you downstairs. She said that she is your old friend. Do you want to see her?" Yu Qianqiu was helpless. This was expected. He knew it would be like this. He sighed and said, "Bring her to the backyard first. I'll go down later." After that, he sat on the side in a daze. The shopkeeper took the order and went down. When Lu Yanqing heard Yi Kun, she immediately remembered the charming woman who sang in Sleeping Spring House. Wasn't she called Yi Kun? When Lanfeng saw him in a daze and couldn't help but ask, "Who is Yi Kun? It seems that you don't want to see her." "It's a long story." Yu Qianqiu sighed. He felt a headache whenever he saw the 100 Charms enchantress. This unclear relationship really made him feel conflicted. The temptress and Yan Yu were led to the backyard. The shopkeeper informed them that Yu Qianqiu was talking to Wen Lanfeng and would come down shortly. He asked them to wait for a moment. After saying that, the shopkeeper did not disturb them and went to busy himself. Yan Yu saw Amano and the other three sitting in the courtyard, so she went over to greet Li Qiuxiang. The temptress looked around and sighed. Back then, she was a dignified palace master, and Yu Qianqiu was just a small disciple who worked as a laborer in Ongquangsung, and he was almost killed by her. Now things were really different from before. His name was known to everyone in the cultivation world, and he was even more famous than himself. Moreover, the people who came and went were all top figures in the cultivation world of China. It was really hard to understand. He had been jumping around outside and causing trouble everywhere. It was a miracle that he had survived until now. But unexpectedly, he climbed higher and higher, climbing to a height that many people could not reach. At this moment, 3 figures landed in the backyard at the same time. It was Nongzhu who brought Zi and Hibiscus. As soon as Nongzhu arrived, people in the yard came over and saluted Senior Nongzhu. Nongzhu waved her hand casually, indicating that there was no need to be so polite, but when she saw Yanyu, her expression was not friendly. Yanyu lowered her head secretly and cursed in her heart. She did not know when she had offended this senior, who always gave her a bad look. Zi accidentally glanced at the temptress, and was stunned for a moment. Then she cheered. "Ah, Sister Yi, why are you here?" "Zi." The temptress's eyes also lit up, and the two of them held hands excitedly. Especially Zi. She did not have many friends and suddenly met one. She was really happy. When Yu Qianqiu, who was upstairs, heard the words purple dress, he was startled. He immediately tiptoed to the window, and like a thief, he stuck his head out and looked down. It would have been fine if he didn't look, but when he did, his face turned green. Let alone purple dress, even that girl was fine. In addition to the temptress, there was also Yanyu. What the hell? Farong was also here. What was Nongzhu doing? Why did she bring her here? When Lanfeng and Lu Yanqing looked at each other, and found that they could not understand this guy. They looked at his strange behavior. Nongzhu saw that her daughter was so happy, so he forgot about Yanyu and asked with a smile, "Zi, who is this? She made you so happy." "Master, this is Sister Yi Kun. She was my best friend when I was in the cultivation world of Wuxia. She helped me a lot," Zi said excitedly. "Oh." Nongzhu suddenly smiled and nodded to the temptress. "In that case, I have to thank you. My disciple doesn't know what to do. Thank you for taking care of him." He wasn't just saying this casually. Since he had helped Zi before, he would remember this favor. "Senior, you are welcome. I did not do anything," the temptress said respectfully. Well, Miss Yi, if you need me in the future, you can come to the purple bamboo forest in the South Sea to find me. Maybe I can help you a little. Nongju smiled. This could be considered as giving a promise. The temptress was overjoyed and immediately bowed. Thank you, senior. Thank you. She had heard of Mr. Nongju's name. She did not expect to accidentally make friends with a middle-stage divine transformation realm master, which made her overjoyed. Nongju suddenly said, "Huh?" He stared at the almost transparent clothes of the temptress and asked suspiciously, "You have practiced the jade charm skill? Who is Qiu Meinyang from the cultivation world of Wuxia to you?" The temptress was stunned and immediately replied, "Senior, I have indeed practiced the jade charm skill." Senior Qiu was the wife of the leader of the Caprice Palace more than 1,000 years ago. I found the jade charm skill by accident when I was sorting out the relics of the past. It was left by Senior Qiu. Are you old friends with the ancestors of the Caprice Palace? Time really flies. It has been more than 1,000 years. At that time, my cultivation was only at the middle stage of the crossing calamity stage. Nongju sighed with emotion. The charming woman called Qiu Meinyang appeared in her mind. Her cultivation was one level higher than his at that time. They met by chance and did not know each other's background. They did not want to inquire about each other's background. They just fooled around for a period of time because they were attracted to each other. That feeling was really ecstatic. After hanging out with each other for a period of time, they each had their own matters to attend to, and after that they never saw each other again. Ah. Nongju suddenly froze and asked weakly, "What did you just say? You said that Qiu Meinyang is the wife of the leader of the Caprice Palace?" "Yes. Senior, don't you know?" The temptress asked. Qiu Meinyang, good name. Yu Qianqiu, who was upstairs, revealed a cheeky grin and asked Wen Lanfeng, who had also walked to the window to watch, "Senior Wen, have you heard about the romantic history of this Qiu Meinyang and Senior Nongju?" Wen Lanfeng replied disapprovingly, "I have never heard of Qiu Meinyang. Nongju's romantic history is well known in the cultivation world. Who knows how many women he has hooked up with? With his cultivation talent, if he spent half of his time on women on cultivation, I am afraid he would have been ranked among the top 10 experts. You are the same, spending all your time on Lu Yanqing." Yu Qianqiu secretly smiled, but when he saw the women below, he suddenly stopped smiling. It seemed that he was the same. Haha. Maybe it has been too long and I have forgotten. Nongju laughed. He was sweating in his heart. The woman he hooked up with was the wife of the leader of the Caprice Palace? At that time, although his cultivation talent was good, he was just a rogue cultivator in the middle stage of crossing calamity. At that time, the Caprice Palace was already a big force, but he dared to make a cuckold of the leader of the Caprice Palace. If he was found out, he would die without a whole body. That was dangerous. Too dangerous. Nongju rejoiced and asked subconsciously, "How is she now?" After asking, he immediately realized that he had asked the wrong question. Since Qiu Meinyang said that it was a relic, she was naturally dead. Moreover, if Qiu Meinyang was still alive now, her cultivation must have reached the deification stage. If her cultivation had reached the deification stage, there was no reason that he did not know. Although his question was nonsense, the temptress still answered honestly, "Senior Qiu passed away 1,000 years ago." This sentence made Nongju sigh. Looking back on the past, she could not count how many women she had slept with, but those who were still alive could be counted on one hand. Qiu Meinyang, have a safe journey. Nongju sighed to the sky. The fate of life was so magical. Qiu Meinyang's cultivation was higher than his. And now he did not know how many times she had reincarnated. But he was still alive after 1,000 years. Maybe this was the meaning of cultivation. To live. The temptress also suspected the relationship between him and Qiu Meinyang. But Qiu Meinyang was the ancestor of the sect after all. She did not dare to think deeply about it. But she was more or less glad. She did not expect that the ancestor of the sect had a relationship with the famous Mr. Nongju. If the sect encountered any trouble, it would be easier for her to ask for help. This was also the benefit of the ancestor. Furong, come here." Ziyi waved to Furong and called her over. She pointed to the temptress and said, This is Sister Yi, whom I often mention to you. She is also very familiar with Yu Qianqiu. You can also call her Sister Yi. Sister Yi, Furong said obediently. Ziyi pointed at her and introduced her to the temptress. This is Furong, Yu Qianqiu's woman. Yu Qianqiu, who was upstairs, stared at the lively Ziyi and rolled his eyes. Yu Qianqiu's woman? The temptress was startled, then smiled and said, Hello, Sister Furong. Yu looked around. She looked at the temptress and then at Furong. She kept thinking about which woman looked more like Yu Qianqiu's woman. She did not know that she was also one of them. If she knew, how would she feel? Sister Yi, aren't you in the Chinese cultivation world? Why are you here? Ziyi asked curiously. The temptress pointed to the building and said with a smile, I happened to come to the cornucopia. I heard that Yu Qianqiu is here, so I came to see. He is here? Ziyi and Furong asked almost at the same time. The temptress was surprised and said, You don't know? Ziyi and Furong looked at Nongzhu at the same time. The former asked suspiciously, Master, is Yu Qianqiu really here? Her tone was a little sad. Nongzhu coughed guiltily and said, How would I know? Ever since he knew that Yu Qianqiu was in the Sleeping Spring building, he was already furious. He did not want the two girls to meet Yu Qianqiu. Why would he tell them that Yu Qianqiu was here? If he was not worried that something might happen, he would not have brought the two girls here. Chapter 630. When Lanfeng, who was upstairs, was confused. Nongzhu knew that Yu Qianqiu was here. Why did she say she didn't know? She tilted her head and looked at Yu Qianqiu for help. Yu Qianqiu smiled bitterly. Since she knew he was here, there was no point in delaying, so he left through the window. He didn't get a satisfactory answer. She didn't want to interrogate her master in front of so many people, so she said to Furong, Let's go up and look for him. No need. Yu Qianqiu walked down the stairs with a smile. Ziyi shouted excitedly, Big liar. As a result, Yu Qianqiu's face darkened. How could she call him a big liar in front of so many people? How could he put his face? Fortunately, Furong was gentle and lovely. She ran to hold his arm and immediately restored a smile on his face. He held Furong's shoulders and took a good look. He smiled faintly and said, Are you all right over there? Furong nodded with a bright face and said, Good. That's good. I'll talk to you later. Yu Qianqiu held her hand and let go. Furong nodded and stood aside obediently. It was this gentle and harmonious scene that made many people envious. Lu Yanqing didn't know when she had also walked to the window, and was silently watching below. When Lanfeng tilted his head and looked, Yu Qianqiu looked at the temptress of 100 charms. When he was about to walk over, Ziyi stopped him and asked excitedly, Big liar, when did you come? Yu Qianqiu rolled his eyes and asked word by word, Who's the big liar? Please pay attention to the way you address me. If it weren't for Nongzhu's covetous eyes, he would have turned hostile on the spot. Ziyi didn't care and wasn't angry. She smiled and asked, Yu Qianqiu, how much money did you cheat while I was away? Remember to treat me later. Nongzhu looked at her daughter, and was speechless. She was indeed a little rude. Yu Qianqiu wished that he could seal her mouth. Every time they met, she would not say anything nice. Taking a deep breath, he squeezed out a smile and said, You're getting married soon. I forgot to congratulate you. Have you received the congratulatory gift that I asked your master to bring for you? Mary? Ziyi opened her mouth wide and was stunned. Nongzhu wished she could cover Yu Qianqiu's mouth with her own. Ziyi was going to get married? Why hadn't Nongzhu mentioned it before? When Lanfeng and Lu Yanqing looked at each other, then they disappeared from the window and suddenly appeared in the courtyard, causing a group of people to salute them. Nongzhu, what do you mean? When Lanfeng asked somewhat unhappily, Ziyi's marriage is such a big matter. Why have I never heard you mention it? Could it be that you look down on me, when Lanfeng? Lu Yanqing also said unhappily. Nongzhu, we watched Ziyi grow up. Don't tell me we don't even have the qualifications to drink a cup of wedding wine. Who said I'm getting married? Why didn't I know? Ziyi said blankly. Nongzhu could not explain, so she simply put the blame on Yu Qianqiu and said, Don't listen to this boy's nonsense. He doesn't speak the truth. Everyone's eyes were focused on Yu Qianqiu again. They were very suspicious, as if they were doubting his honesty. Yu Qianqiu's personality was that of someone who would twist words and force logic even if he didn't suffer a loss. How could he stand being wronged like this? F***ck, he cursed on the spot. Who's talking nonsense? You were clearly the one who told me that. Oh. Yu Qianqiu suddenly revealed an expression of sudden realization. I understand now. You must have come up with a reason for Ziyi's marriage in order to swindle my treasured sword. I was wondering why I didn't hear anything before. Then he pointed to Nongzhu and said to Ziyi, Ziyi, look carefully. Your master is the real liar. Shut up. Nongzhu was embarrassed into anger and said, Who cheated you of your sword? You're ruthless. I can't explain it to you. Yu Qianqiu stretched out his hand and said coldly, Give me back my sword. Don't tell me you didn't take it. Who took your sword? Nongzhu shouted angrily. The two of them quarreled directly and both of them argued. The people present did not know who was telling the truth and who was lying. Those who did not know that Yu Qianqiu's master was Bai Changchun admired Yu Qianqiu's courage. He dared to contradict Nongzhu, who was in the spirit-severing stage. Boy, if you keep talking, believe it or not, I will kill you. Nongzhu directly began to threaten. Kill me? I'm afraid it won't be that easy. Yu Qianqiu rolled up his sleeves directly as if he was going to fight. When Lanfeng could not stand it anymore and immediately shouted, Shut up, all of you. Stop arguing. Yu Qianqiu, is this the sword you were talking about? Ziyi held an ancient sword in her hand and shook it. When Lanfeng glanced at it casually, and his pupils suddenly shrank. Lu Yanqing's eyes were also looking at the sword through the green gauze. Yes, it's this one. Give it back to me. Yu Qianqiu reached out to grab it. Ziyi pouted, and threw it directly back into her storage bag. Then a black light flashed in her hand and a purple-black bamboo stick appeared. She shouted, Hit. Without warning, she directly hit Yu Qianqiu's head. When she raised the bamboo rod, Yu Qianqiu seemed to have a telepathic connection, and guess where she was going to strike. With a whoosh he dodged to the side and roared, You're crazy. Ziyi's stick missed Yu Qianqiu's body, and she was slightly stunned. Her cultivation was not a little higher than Yu Qianqiu's. In addition, it was a close-range sneak attack. It was reasonable to say that it was difficult for him to dodge with his speed. Unexpectedly, he seemed to be able to predict it, and actually dodged in advance, anticipating the enemy's first move. When Lanfeng, Lu Yanqing, and Nongzhu looked at each other, and were somewhat surprised. They all saw that Yu Qianqiu did not dodge with speed, but in advance as if he had predicted it. It should be known that in a battle, being able to predict the enemy's first move was a great advantage. It was often a matter of life and death. This was a kind of sharp intuition given by God, or precious experience accumulated after a long period of fighting. Not everyone could have this kind of intuition. And some people, even if they fought for a lifetime, could not understand a thing or two in this aspect. To be exact, people who had this kind of magical intuition could be described as people who were blessed by God. Even if the three of them had reached the soul formation stage, it was difficult to use this intuition in a fight. Maybe they could occasionally see it, but they would doubt it and dare not follow their intuition unless they had to. After all, if they made a wrong step in a fight, the consequences would be unimaginable. Maybe it was a coincidence. The three of them secretly said in their hearts, Fight! Ziyi's attack missed, and she was not satisfied. She flashed and rushed to hit again with the stick. Although she did not see anything on the surface, she was stimulated by Yu Qianqiu's words. When her master gave her the sword, he said that it was a gift from Yu Qianqiu, which made her very happy. Who knew that when she met Yu Qianqiu, he wanted to take back the sword? She was very unhappy to take back the thing that was given to her, so she had to hit Yu Qianqiu to vent her anger. F***ck. Before Ziyi could move, Yu Qianqiu let out a ghastly cry and once again dodged to the side in advance. Ziyi immediately pounced on empty air. He dodged in advance again. When Lanfeng and the other two looked at each other in surprise, Ziyi missed. Before her feet touched the ground, she dodged to the side and chased after Yu Qianqiu. She was hurt by this big liar. How could she be satisfied if she did not hit him with the stick? However, Yu Qianqiu seemed to have eyes in the back of his head. He suddenly twisted his body and moved to the side. Ziyi's bamboo stick brushed past his back and missed. Even Yu Qianqiu himself didn't know why he suddenly did this. In any case, his body followed his heart's desire, and his body followed a flash of thought. When he really heard the sound of dodging, he rejoiced. This girl was stubborn and did not know how to control her strength. If she really hit him, it would be embarrassing. At first, Furong thought that the two of them were joking. However, when she saw Ziyi continuously chasing after Yu Qianqiu, it did not seem like a joke. Furong immediately asked anxiously, "Ziyi, why are you hitting him?" Hit. A purplish-black light left Ziyi's hand and shot towards Yu Qianqiu with a whistling sound. The more Ziyi could not hit him, the angrier she became. She actually used her sword to control the bamboo stick to chase after him. She was fast, but Yu Qianqiu's reaction was not slow. He did not even turn his head and bent down. A gust of wind swept over his head. However, before he could raise his head, he subconsciously dodged to the side, and the bamboo stick that shot back was dodged again. A purplish-black shadow shuttled around the courtyard, forcing Yu Qianqiu to jump up and down, dodge left and right, and jump back and forth. He did not even have the chance to speak. However, the shadow could not touch him. The purplish-black shadow always brushed past him. When Lanfeng and the other two were dumbfounded, they did not feel that Yu Qianqiu was embarrassed at all. Instead, it was as if they had seen something incredible. Yu Qianqiu did not dodge with speed. He dodged in advance every time based on his intuition. Even if the bamboo stick suddenly changed direction, he could still react in advance. It was incredible that he could use intuition to this extent. Unfortunately, when Bai Changchun taught Yu Qianqiu the animal play, Nongzhu was not there. If he was there and heard Bai Changchun's words, he would not be so surprised. When Bai Changchun taught Yu Qianqiu the animal play, he said that this incantation was not very powerful. The secret of mastering it was reflected in the 4 words foresight. Once one was proficient in it, it would benefit him for the rest of his life. Ziyi busied herself for a long time, and her face was filled with astonishment. She suddenly put away her bamboo stick and stared at Yu Qianqiu, as if remembering something. When Bai Changchun had said those words, she had been there, and now she remembered. "You're so stubborn. Is there something wrong with your brain?" Yu Qianqiu finally had time to speak. He rolled up his sleeves and said fiercely, "I am the strongest master below the deification stage, and I am not weak. You force me to do this, so don't blame me for being rude." His face was ferocious like a hungry wolf about to eat a lamb. He was ready to fight back. "Have you mastered the animal play?" Ziyi pointed at him and asked in a daze. "Why do you care what I have mastered? Animal play?" Yu Qianqiu shouted halfway, and then stopped. His face froze, and he suddenly recalled the scene just now. It seemed that he had been dodging based on intuition. Chapter 631. Recalling the process of dodging earlier, he recalled what Bai Changchun had said when he taught him the animal moves. When he saw the animal world in the Jade Archive, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After listening to Bai Changchun's words, he decided to give it a try. Although he was just giving it a try, he still put in a lot of effort because he had full trust in Bai Changchun. Whenever he was free, he would put his heart and soul into it. He couldn't say that he was very proficient, but he was pretty much done. To be honest, after practicing for so long, he really didn't find any benefits. However, he found that the more he practiced, the more his movements resembled those of the animals in the mountains. He didn't dare to show it in front of others as it was too embarrassing. However, some things were always like this. The effort he put in would not go to waste. Yu Qianqiu stood there and smiled foolishly. He was pleasantly surprised. Animal moves? Nongzhu's eyes lit up. She raised an eyebrow and rubbed her chin. Her expression was unpredictable. When Lanfeng took a deep look at Yu Qianqiu, then asked Nongzhu, "Was it he who taught you the magic incantation?" When she said the word he, she slightly paused. Lu Yanqing's eyes flashed as she stared at Nongzhu. Nongzhu nodded with a sinister smile. "Yu Qianqiu, am I right?" Ziyi asked expectantly. She was also practicing the animal play, but her movements were still bumpy. She couldn't even be said to be smooth. One could imagine how depressed she was. Little did she know that she had grown up in the purple bamboo forest in the southern sea, and rarely left the island. She had never seen many of the animals in the animal moves, and she didn't even have any impression of some of the common poultry. How could she master it just by relying on the pictures in the Jade Archive? Naturally, the effort was not worth the reward. Yu Qianqiu slowly turned his head and snorted. I don't know. The pleading expression on Ziyi's face froze. She said angrily, let me try again. Her figure flashed, and a series of shadows appeared in the courtyard. It was a dazzling sight. All of them rushed towards Yu Qianqiu, making it hard to tell which was real and which was fake. F***CK. You're still coming. Yu Qianqiu let out a strange cry and began to jump around again. Furong, who was at the side, said anxiously, Zi, don't hit him anymore. However, he didn't listen to her advice at all. Amano and the others looked at each other. Knowing that they were all acquaintances and wouldn't kill anyone, they didn't bother. Form displacement transposition. When Lanfeng and Lu Yanqing looked at each other and smiled. This was Nongzhu's signature incantation. The allured demonic lady looked at Ziyi's familiar movement technique with suspicion. She wondered why it was so similar to the Great Illusion technique. However, there was still a difference between the two. As soon as Ziyi used the shape displacement transposition, Nongzhu subconsciously looked at the Enchantress of 100 Charms. In fact, this technique was created by him after he saw Qiu Meinyang use the Phantom Great technique in the past. However, with his extraordinary talent, his self-created transfiguration transposition was even sharper than Phantom Shadow. The biggest use of Phantom Shadow was to confuse people's eyes and ears. The shape displacement transposition created by Nongzhu could not only confuse people's eyes and ears, but it was also good at speed. It was also supported by attack. The fast and elusive way of attack was hard to guard against. It was quite powerful. The higher one's cultivation, the more effective it was. However, what surprised Wen Lanfeng and the others was that Yu Qianqiu, who had been a little flustered in the beginning, now seemed a little elegant when he moved and dodged, giving off a transcendent feeling of walking on water. They were immediately shocked when they observed carefully. They saw that Yu Qianqiu actually closed his eyes with a faint smile on his face. No matter how many phantoms she created, he was free to move freely. The muscles on Nongzhu's face twitched. It was the first time in his life that someone could deal with his shape displacement transposition with his eyes closed. In fact, Yu Qianqiu had no choice. The phantoms that Ziyi created all over the courtyard always conflicted with his vision and intuition. He clearly felt that the opponent was attacking him from behind, but he also saw someone was attacking in front of him. The feeling of being in a dilemma was too painful, and he was almost in danger again and again. Should he see it with his own eyes, or follow his intuition? After a period of embarrassment, he firmly believed in the animal tricks taught by Changchun. In order not to let his vision interfere with his judgment, he simply closed his eyes. In an instant, the whole world was far away from him. The function of shape displacement transposition to confuse people's eyes and ears had no effect on him. He abandoned vision and hearing and only followed his intuition. In an instant, he entered a very strange state. He felt like an eagle soaring in the wind. After spotting his prey, he could immediately judge the prey's escape route. With a preemptive dive, he could accurately make the prey fall into his claws. He felt like a fish in the water. No matter how fast the hunter's attack was, as long as there was a little fluctuation in the water, he could quickly catch it, quickly avoid the attack and escape. The more confident he was, the calmer he was. His movements were more elegant and free, like a rabbit rising and a cuckoo falling naturally. It had to be said that the cultivation of the tribulation stage provided him with a lot of convenience, giving him many abilities that ordinary people could not avoid. The more Ziyi fought, the more impatient she became. She increased her speed to the extreme, but she always felt that she was just a little bit away from her opponent. She was on the verge of breaking down. In the eyes of the audience, it seemed that Ziyi deliberately let Yu Qianqiu go. She always attacked after Yu Qianqiu dodged, and she always missed by a little bit. The two of them seemed to be playing around. In fact, this was already the limit of Yu Qianqiu's dodging. If he encountered an expert in the soul formation stage, with the attack speed of the soul formation stage, it would be difficult for him to dodge the opponent's attack, even if he could predict the opponent's attack first. After all, the difference in cultivation was too great. In terms of speed, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. It was difficult to make up for this with techniques. However, for those below the soul formation stage, Zi at the end of the tribulation stage was an example. When Lanfeng and the other two were shocked. This guy actually dodged using his intuition from the beginning to the end. This was too exaggerated. Maybe it was nothing now, but when his cultivation reached the soul formation stage, it would be incredible. It should be known that most of the time, soul formation stage cultivators fought with their strength. The probability of them fighting in close combat was very high. Once they fought face to face, they could predict the opponent's attack first and support it with attacks. It was a very scary thing. Dodging is so boring. I'm not fighting anymore. Zi shouted impatiently. The shadow surrounding everyone gradually disappeared. Zi looked angrily at Yu Qianqiu, who also stopped. Why are you not fighting anymore? Yu Qianqiu opened his eyes and waved excitedly. Come, let's play for a while more. He was addicted to playing. This feeling was too wonderful. It was a little uncomfortable to stop playing when he was having fun. Zi stared at him and blinked her big eyes. She put away the rod in her hand and ran over with a smile. How do you practice? Teach me again. When Yu Qianqiu heard this, his face immediately darkened. He lost all interest. When he was on Obedient Island, it was not like he did not teach her. It was torture. She was asked to imitate the form of a chicken. She looked at the picture in the Jade Archive, spread her arms and flew like a bird. Yu Qianqiu was so shocked that he took a few steps back. He was speechless. In the end, he asked her to change to something else. In the end, Yu Qianqiu wanted to slap himself. It was his fault for asking for it. This woman was an idiot in some aspects. He was fooled by an idiot. What else could he do but ask for a slap? Hence, he cursed angrily and quickly ran away. If I teach you again, I'll change my surname to Chou. Damn it. Yu Qianqiu glanced at Nongzhu, who was staring at him. He coughed and said, I don't have time now. We'll talk about it later. He stretched out his hand and said, Give me back my sword. Since you gave it to me, it's mine. I'm not giving it back. Zi rejected him decisively. Yu Qianqiu opened his mouth, but decided not to say anything. It was his bad luck to run into this father and daughter pair. He couldn't get his sword back. He turned around and walked towards the temptress. He asked with a smile, Why are you here? I'm here to broaden my horizons. I heard that you were here, so I came to look for you. With so many people around, the temptress couldn't say much. She could only say it this way. She giggled and said, I'm not familiar with this place. I'll follow you from now on. Yu Qianqiu smiled knowingly. The two of them started asking each other some irrelevant questions. Yin, who was beside the temptress, looked at Yu Qianqiu, who was looking straight ahead. Suddenly, her nose twitched. She smelled an unforgettable body odor. His eyes abruptly widened as he sized up Yu Qianqiu's body. Then he looked at Tianye's group of four. His complexion turned deathly pale as he stared at Yu Qianqiu. Others might not be able to tell, but how could she not recognize the body odor of the first man she had a skin-to-skin contact with? It was exactly the same as Yu Qianqiu in front of her. This ability to distinguish had nothing to do with one's cultivation. No matter how high one's cultivation was, one might not be able to tell. As long as she really cared about him, it would be hard for her to mistake him. This was a gift given to women. Perhaps she would forget it after a long time. However, she hadn't been separated from him for long. She hugged the pillow in the room and sniffed it. There was still his body odor. In addition, the two of them were similar. Tianyi and the other three people who followed Niu Yud were also present. Moreover, she knew that Niu Yud had changed his appearance. The Niu Yud she saw was not his original face. With so many coincidences, it was hard for her to mistake him. She guessed who Yu Qianqiu was in an instant. However, Yu Qianqiu did not even look at her. That kind of indifference at such a close distance made her feel like her heart was being torn apart. The temptress inadvertently noticed Yin Yu's reaction. She saw her body tremble slightly and her face pale as she stared at Yu Qianqiu. She could not help but be stunned. Yin Yu, what's wrong? Yu Qianqiu looked at her. His expression froze. He thought to himself, oh no. Yin Yu looked miserable, but she forced a smile and shook her head. It's nothing. I remembered that I have something to do in the building. I'll go back first. She bowed to Wen Lanfeng and the others. Then she quickly left. Everyone present could see that something was wrong. Nongzhu, who knew that Niu Yud was Yu Qianqiu, snorted coldly at Yu Qianqiu. After Lu Yanqing watched Yin Yu leave, she also turned to look at Yu Qianqiu. She sighed slightly behind the green veil. Chapter 632. The atmosphere suddenly became a little heavy. Although Wen Lanfeng did not know what happened, she knew that no one wanted to say anything. So she called the manager of the shop and arranged the rooms for everyone. Hibiscus naturally lived with Yu Qianqiu. After all, their identities had been made public, so there was nothing to hide. After returning to the room, Yu Qianqiu still looked a little strange. Hibiscus grabbed his arm and asked weakly, "What's wrong with you? Are you unhappy that I came here without telling you? Then I'll ask Senior Nongzhu to take me back." Yu Qianqiu was stunned. He turned to look at her and suddenly smiled. He said, "What nonsense are you talking about? I'm not unhappy. I'm just thinking that the cornucopia is very lively. If I take Hibiscus out for a walk, I don't know if Hibiscus will be happy." "I'll be happy." Hibiscus suddenly became energetic. She held Yu Qianqiu's arm and complained, "When Zi and I came here, Senior Nongzhu told us not to run around. We saw that it was very lively down there from the God of Wealth Peak. I've wanted to see it for a long time. Will you take me there now?" Although she spoke in a questioning tone, her face was filled with hope. Yu Qianqiu did not have the heart to refuse her. He immediately took her hand and said with a smile, "Let's go. I'll take you there right now." Furong's face was full of joy as she followed him out. Just as the two of them walked into the courtyard, they heard someone shouting from upstairs. "Where are you going?" The two of them raised their heads and saw Zi poking her head out of the window. Hibiscus smiled brightly and said, "Let's go outside and have a look." "Ah." Zi let out a scream and jumped down from the window without saying anything. She grabbed Hibiscus's arm and complained, "Hibiscus, why didn't you call me when you went out to play?" Then she turned to stare at Yu Qianqiu and said, "I'll go too." Yu Qianqiu just wanted to refuse and ask her to go back, but he saw Hibiscus's eyes showed that she was expecting him to agree. Yu Qianqiu immediately lost his temper and did not say anything to show that he agreed. Zi cheered, then pulled Hibiscus along and walked out. Yu Qianqiu immediately felt his scalp tingle. A woman shopping alone was not something an ordinary man could handle. Two women shopping together, it was impossible not to be mentally prepared. Yu Qianqiu took a deep breath, patted his chest, and followed behind them. Nongzhu looked down from the window upstairs and shook her head speechlessly. Beside her, Wen Lanfeng asked thoughtfully, "Nongzhu, what's going on with the marriage in purple?" He would never admit to this even if he was beaten to death. Nongzhu shook her head and said, "That boy is talking nonsense. There's no such thing." As soon as Yu Qianqiu came out of the Wen family's merchant shop, he immediately attracted many people's attention. Yu Qianqiu glanced around coldly, but the two women didn't care so much. They looked around excitedly, their eyes sparkling. Starting from the shop next to the Wen family's merchant shop, they did not let go of anything. They excitedly ran in, hand in hand. Yu Qianqiu was speechless. He could only follow them in, and he had to maintain a gentleman's demeanor while watching them pick things. After a while, the two women piled up a lot of colorful things on the counter. Yu Qianqiu leaned on the side of the counter, trying to distinguish what the two were selling. Suddenly he heard Zi banging the counter and saying, "It's almost done. How much?" The shopkeeper pulled out an abacus and after some calculations he smiled and said, "Since the two of you have sold a lot, I'll give you a discount. I won't count the small change, just pay 1,800,000 upper-grade spirit stones. Is that okay?" Yu Qianqiu fiddled with the things on the counter and frowned. What are these things? Are they worth 8 million upper-grade spirit stones? When Furong heard the price, she was shocked. She had never spent so many spirit stones before, and she had never even seen it before. Ever since she left Fuxian Island with Yu Qianqiu, she had bought some things wantonly in Deyang City, but they were all in gold and silver. When she suddenly heard 8 million upper-grade spirit stones, she immediately pulled Zi and said, "It's too expensive. Let's not buy it." "He has money." Zi pointed at Yu Qianqiu. Then, she took Furong's storage bag and put all the things in front of her into it. Then she took her own pile. She pulled Furong and left. Yu Qianqiu paid the bill speechlessly, and the shopkeeper sent them out with a smile. When he reached the end of the street, he realized that the two women were nowhere to be seen. He tried to go to the shop next door, and he found that the two women were indeed picking things inside. He smiled and walked in with a toothache. The prosperity of cornucopia was extremely extravagant. There were all kinds of dazzling items for you to choose from. Of course, the prerequisite was that you had money. For Yu Qianqiu, there was no need to buy many things. However, as long as the two women liked and looked beautiful, they would buy them all regardless of whether they were useful or not. Fortunately, Yu Qianqiu did not lack money at all. However, he still felt the pinch from spending money. It was not that he felt the pinch from spending money, but some things were useless to him. It was a complete waste of spirit stones. He gritted his teeth for half a day and swept through the entire cornucopia. Every shop was the happiest when they met such customers. When the two women felt embarrassed about spending money, they bought more than 10 storage bags. Only then did the three of them return to Wen Clan's shop. When the two women returned, they immediately went into the room to check their spoils of war. Yu Qianqiu calmly asked Mo Xiaojun to go out with him. As soon as they reached the yard, a head poked out of the window on the top floor and shouted, "Yu Qianqiu, come up for a moment." It was Nongzhu. Yu Qianqiu asked Mo Xiaojun to wait for a moment, and directly jumped in through the window. Seeing that Wen Lanfeng and the other two were there, he asked Nongzhu after saluting, "What's the matter?" Nongzhu put her hands behind her back and said expressionlessly, "You and Niu Yud are old acquaintances. Help me contact him. I have something to ask him." Yu Qianqiu was stunned. He did not know what Nongzhu was doing. He asked suspiciously, "Why are you looking for him?" Nongzhu pointed to Wen Lanfeng and Lu Yanqing and said, "Well, they also want a batch of limit-breaking pills and 7 treasures pills. They are all old friends. I must help them." Yu Qianqiu was speechless. Since they are old friends, don't hurt them. But now is not the time to tell them the secret of limit-breaking pills. He pondered for a moment and said, "This is not a big problem. After a period of time, I will personally send it to you two seniors. I still have something to do now." Wen Lanfeng smiled and waved his hand. "Since it is not a big problem, it doesn't matter if it is a little late. If you have something to do, go ahead." Lu Yanqing did not say anything and stood quietly on the side. Unexpectedly, Nongzhu snorted coldly and said, "Come on, what can you do? It is nothing more than stealing chickens and dogs. Solve this matter first." "I am stealing chickens and dogs?" When Yu Qianqiu heard this, he became furious. He raised his neck and roared, "Your disciple Zi spent more than 800 million high-grade spirit stones in half a day. I'm busy trying to earn back the money I spent. Don't you think I'm busy? If you give me 800 million upper-level spiritual stones now, I will immediately solve the matter you mentioned." 800 million upper-level spiritual stones. The room immediately quieted down. They were all shocked by such a large number. Nongzhu then asked weakly, "Zi spent so much money in half a day? Is it possible?" Yu Qianqiu sneered and said, "I also hope it is impossible, but your disciple can't wait to put the whole cornucopia into her storage bag. 800 million is too little. If you don't believe me, you can go and have a look now. I will leave first." Then he directly ran out of the window. The three people looked at each other. After a long time, Nongzhu turned around and said, "I will go down to see what Zi has done. She can spend 800 million. Wen Lanfeng and Lu Yanqing looked at each other and followed. They also wanted to see it. When the three people came to Zi's room, they saw all kinds of things in the room. Zi and Hibiscus were chattering and laughing in the pile of things, like two thieves dividing the spoils. Seeing the three people coming, the two women casually threw away the things in their hands and saluted. The three people were completely speechless when they saw the messy things in the room. There was a big clean and transparent bottle at Nongju's feet. She picked it up and looked at it. With the experience of the three people, they knew what the bottle was at a glance. It was something used to pretend to be a dead body and extract the corpse poison. It was used by the more obscure alchemists to refine pills. Nongju held the bottle and asked Zi, "You bought this?" Zi nodded. Nongju asked again, "Why did you buy this?" Zi said bluntly, "It looks good." Nongju coughed and asked, "How much did you spend this time?" Zi thought for a moment and looked at Hibiscus. "The money we spent together should be less than 2 billion upper-level spiritual stones." 2 billion upper-level spiritual stones? Nongju was shocked. She looked at the things in the room and said in disbelief, "These things are worth 2 billion upper-level spiritual stones." Also, Zi moved away and pointed at the dozens of storage bags on the table behind her. "The room is a little small. There are not enough things in one storage bag. I haven't taken out the other things." Nongju and the other two people were speechless when they looked at the dozens of bulging storage bags. Now they really believed that they had spent so much money. Zi looked at the three people who were silent and asked curiously, "Master, what do you want from me?" "Nothing, you can continue." Nongju waved her hand and glanced at the various things in the room. She turned around and left with cold sweat on her forehead. When the three people left, the two women continued to talk about the spoils of war. When the three people returned to the top floor, Lu Yan, who had been silent, sighed and said, "It seems that Yu Qianqiu said that Zi spent 800 million upper-level spiritual stones. He didn't count Hibiscus in it. 800 million upper-level spiritual stones spent in half a day. Oh my god. She went shopping and spent 100 years of our Wen family's savings." When Lanfeng patted Nongju's shoulder and said, "If Zi wants to find someone, she must find a very rich family. Our Wen family's financial resources are definitely not enough. I think only Yin Baikong's financial resources are worthy of her. But I think Yin Baikong will also retreat when he sees her. Don't make sarcastic remarks here. Zi only did it once in a while." Nongju rolled her eyes and snorted. "That kid is rich. Spending some of his money is giving him face." When Lanfeng laughed and said, "But I see that Yu Qianqiu's face is dark. It seems that he is very unwilling to give face." Chapter 633. There was a restaurant diagonally opposite the Wen family's shop. Man Hu and Yan Juexing sat opposite each other at a table near the window on the second floor. They seemed to have no interest in the dishes on the table. Yan Juexing's eyes were always paying attention to the entrance of the Wen family's shop, while Man Hu was paying attention to Yan Juexing's expression. Ever since Yan Juexing knew that Yu Qianqiu had brought the two women to Cornucopia to buy things wantonly, Yan Juexing ran out regardless of his advice, and followed Yu Qianqiu around Cornucopia for a long time. After following Yu Qianqiu into the Wen family's shop, the two came to this restaurant. "There are a lot of people who have bad intentions towards you. It's not rational for you to run out like this." Man Hu transmitted his voice. The two sat here and had been communicating by voice transmission. The occasional glances from the surroundings were very suspicious. Yan Juexing narrowed his eyes and said, "There are also a lot of people who have bad intentions towards Yu Qianqiu. He is also running around everywhere. If he is not afraid, why should I be afraid? It's not the same. Wen Lanfeng is more deterrent than master. With Wen Lanfeng's support, no one dares to touch him openly." Man Hu said, "It's hard to say if he goes out. It's safe in Cornucopia, don't worry too much." Yan Juexing smiled and avoided the topic. Yu Qianqiu is really rich. He had spent a lot of money on the two women on this trip. It seems that he values those two women very much. This guy is ruthless and shameless. He doesn't seem to be easy to deal with. I didn't expect him to have such a tender side. Could it be that his weakness is his women? I can see that you are very concerned about Yu Qianqiu. It's not a normal kind of concern. Man who said. Yan Juexing turned his head and looked at him. There was a heart-palpitating indifference in his eyes. Then he returned to calmness and said with a smile. He and I are old enemies. Thanks to him, my family can't reunite until now. What's more, second senior brother's enmity is also here. After seeing the change in his eyes, Man Hu's heart trembled slightly. When Yan Juexing first cultivated the demonic book, he found it difficult to control his emotions and often had this kind of eyes. Later on, as he cultivated for a long time, he was able to control it. However, whenever this expression appeared in his eyes, it meant that he was very unhappy. Man Hu didn't say anything else. He felt that Yan Juexing's desire for Yu Qianqiu wasn't as simple as revenge. Ever since Yan Juexing frequently inquired about Yu Qianqiu's news, the world's #1 expert below the soul formation stage has appeared. Let's go and see what else he wants to do. Yan Juexing stood up and left the table. Man Hu turned his head around and saw Yu Qianqiu looking around for a while before leaving Wen Clan's shop with another person. Mo Xiaojun followed behind Yu Qianqiu. He didn't know what he was going to do, but since Niu Yi told them to listen to him, they didn't dare to have any objections. Moreover, Yu Qianqiu's background wasn't simple either, so it wasn't too bad for them. What they saw in the Wen family's shop shocked the four of them. Obviously, their relationship with Wen Lanfeng and the others wasn't ordinary. Yu Qianqiu didn't stop all the way. He wasn't interested in the dazzling array of goods on the street at all. After accompanying Furong and Zi for half a day, he spent more than 1 billion yuan. Now he didn't even want to look at the shops on the street. One look would bring back painful memories. It was really painful, so he might as well not see it and not be annoyed. In fact, money was a small matter. It wasn't like it was robbed by others. What else could he say when his woman spent it? Although Zi wasn't his woman, they were all on the same side. After spending it, he could earn it back. If he couldn't earn it back, it was because he was useless. He still had this bit of magnanimity. However, what really annoyed him was Yenyu. Yenyu's miserable appearance when she left had been lingering in his mind. They walked to a fork in the street and turned straight out. The two of them came to the periphery of cornucopia. There were no shops in the area, only grids made of lime powder. Each grid was about 2 square meters, and there was a stall in each of them. Looking around, it seemed to be even more lively than the central area of cornucopia. There were people lingering in various stalls everywhere. There were probably many people who wanted to find treasures here. Sir, are you also here to find treasures? Mo Xiaojun followed behind him and asked. I don't have that kind of taste. Yu Qianqiu looked around and said, I'm here to set up a stall. I have to earn back the money I spent today. Mo Xiaojun was stunned. The #1 expert below the demigod stage actually wanted to set up a stall. Wasn't that too degrading? He looked behind him and kindly reminded, Sir, there are many eyes behind you. They seem to be following you. Pretend I didn't see them. Let them follow me. What can they do to me? I still have to rely on them to advertise later. I guarantee my business will be booming. Yu Qianqiu stopped and looked into the distance. He rubbed his chin and said, Why are there no more stalls? Mo Xiaojun heard him and looked around. Coincidentally, he saw an empty space not far to the left. He pointed and said, Sir, there's one there. I'll go rent it for you. Yu Qianqiu glanced at it and waved his hand. Stop. It's too expensive here. The rent for a day is 10 high-grade spirit stones. Come, let's go to the edge. The rent there is only 1 high-grade spirit stone a day. There were 2 people who were pretending to follow them. They almost fainted when they heard that. They couldn't help but complain to Yu Qianqiu. They thought, We followed you around the treasure bowl today. You're so extravagant. The spirit stones you throw out can crush a cultivator to death. Now even 10 high-grade spirit stones are expensive? Who are you trying to fool? Did he notice us? It's okay. I still have some spirit stones. I'll rent the stall for you. Mo Xiaojun said kindly. Niu Yi gave the 4 of them a lot of money. No need. I have money, but I can't spend it recklessly. Yu Qianqiu sighed. The women in my family are already extravagant. If I spend more, I'll be a prodigal. I have no choice. I can only save it and let her squander it. I can't let her suffer even if I have to suffer. Besides, our goods are good. We don't have to worry about not being able to sell them. It doesn't matter if the stall is a little bad. Mo Xiaojun quickly shut up. This master was a man with his own ideas. He didn't need him to make decisions for him. The two of them walked to the edge of the treasure bowl and strolled around. In the end, they found that the expensive areas were still empty, but the stalls here were all occupied. It seemed that the majority of the poor were still poor. There were many people who wanted to save money. Actually, Yu Qianqiu's position was quite conspicuous. Whether it was a buyer or a seller, they were all quietly sizing him up. After all, he was the famous Yu Qianqiu. Someone didn't understand and quietly asked the person next to him who he was. The person next to him turned around and made a butcher's gesture at him. He said softly, "Butcher." The latter opened his mouth and didn't dare to say anything else. He used his eyes to observe carefully. Yu Qianqiu pinched his chin and looked around. Was he looking for someone to rent with? Or was he looking for someone he didn't like to chase away? "Senior, do you want to buy something?" Someone suddenly spoke behind him. Although he didn't know if he was called, he still looked back and saw a familiar person nodding and bowing to him. Yu Qianqiu turned around and squinted his eyes to stare at him. This person. He was familiar, but he wasn't familiar either. He was the itinerant cultivator called Yi Cheng that he met outside the plum garden of Ghost Manor. They had met a long time ago when they were on supporting Immortal's island. Last time, he intentionally avoided him because he was Niu Yud. This time, he took the initiative to greet him because he was Yu Qianqiu now. Interesting. Yu Qianqiu nodded and smiled at him. I remember seeing you before. He didn't expose him and started to size up the things he was selling. Yi Cheng bit his lips excitedly. His eyes actually turned slightly red. Senior, you actually still remembers me. We only met once on supporting Immortal's island. To Yu Qianqiu, there was nothing worth looking at in the stall. On a piece of gray cloth, there were more than 10 stones of different colors. Some were black, and some were mixed with shiny things. After looking at it for a while, he still couldn't understand what it was. He guessed that it was some kind of ore. The highest price was only 9 superior-grade spirit stones. He didn't know where this person dug it out and used it to cheat money. Yu Qianqiu bared his teeth and said, "What's your name?" "Senior Yu, my name is Yi Cheng," Yi Cheng said respectfully. Yu Qianqiu scratched his head and said, "Can I discuss something with you?" Yi Cheng was stunned and immediately asked, "Please speak." "How about I rent this stall with you?" Yu Qianqiu asked. Yi Cheng immediately let out an "ah," and thought that he had heard wrongly. After he reacted, he nodded and said, "Senior can say whatever you want. Then I won't stand on ceremony." Yu Qianqiu stretched his arm and first collected all the small wooden signs with the price tags on the stall. Then he stacked the pile of broken stones to one side. After emptying half of the space, he took out pots of fresh flowers from his storage bag. There were a total of 10 pots. The flowers were orchids. The strange thing was that the thin and long leaves were tender and beautiful blood red. There was also a faint smell of blood. There were 7 pure white flowers on top of them. The blood-red stamens clustered around the white petals. The whole thing gave off a pale feeling of blood. These 10 pots of flowers gave off an evil feeling. Then he took out a wooden board and wrote a bunch of words on the board with a fiery red glow on his finger. The people at the side could smell the burning wood. After he finished writing, he stuck the board into the ground with a kacha sound. He looked at Yi Cheng and then at the pile of broken stones. Then he took out another wooden board and wrote a bunch of words on it. After he finished writing, he stuck the board into the pile of broken stones as well. After that, Yu Qianqiu clapped his hands and pulled out 2 chairs from his storage bag. He placed them behind the stall and sat down with his legs crossed. He raised his hand and gestured for Yi Cheng to sit as well. Yi Cheng did not dare to disobey. He nervously wiped his butt and sat down. The latter was nervous and excited. He did not expect to be on equal footing with Senior Yu. Mo Xiaojun looked at the words on the 2 boards and was speechless. He took a few steps and stood behind the 2 chairs. Yi Cheng wanted to give up his seat, but was stopped by Mo Xiaojun. He pointed at Yu Qianqiu and gestured for him to listen to him. Yu Qianqiu was setting up a stall on the street? There was an uproar. The idle crowd walked over quickly to see what he was selling. Chapter 634. In the blink of an eye, the stall was so crowded that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Everyone tiptoed to squeeze in. The other stalls on the side suffered, and they were trampled by pairs of feet. However, they were humble, so they didn't dare to say anything. They couldn't continue, so they had to temporarily close their stalls and watch the bustle. When someone saw the 10 pots of orchids, his eyes immediately lit up. He obviously recognized them. However, not many people recognized it, so they all looked at the wooden sign, only to see that it was written, 7-star blood orchid, sold in large quantities, 200 million upper-level spirit stones per plant, honest to the old and young, no bargaining. It's 7-star blood orchid, sold in large quantities. So many. Someone from Treasure Tower seems to be buying one for 20 million. Everyone looked at the sign inserted next to the stone, which read, rare or priceless, the highest bidder gets it. There were people who had seen these stones in Yi City's stalls before. At that time, the highest price was only 9 top-grade spirit stones. How did it become priceless in the blink of an eye? Those who recognized these ores sighed in their hearts, but they couldn't point it out in front of Yu Qianqiu. However, there were also many people who were tempted by these stones. They could be sold together with the 7-star blood orchid, and they were priceless, so they must be good things. Don't push forward anymore. If you step on the things in the stall, don't blame me for being rude. Yu Qianqiu sat with his legs crossed and warned the crowd coldly. The people in front immediately squeezed back. What a joke. This butcher was a master who killed without batting an eye. He even dared to offend the forces of various countries. What crazy things did he not dare to do? Yi City looked at Yu Qianqiu, and then looked at the onlookers. He was very excited. Senior Yu was Senior Yu. He was so majestic wherever he went. Unfortunately, Fuxian Island couldn't keep such a talent. There were many people watching, but no one bought it at present. Yu Qianqiu silently looked at those who quietly squeezed out of the crowd and left quickly. He was not worried that the things couldn't be sold. The price was so high that ordinary people couldn't afford it. Even if he couldn't sell them, it didn't matter. He didn't think that he could make much money by selling so many blood orchids. What he had now was money. This time, he had obtained a total of 46 billion high-grade spirit stones from Yin Baikong, which was enough to feed the people in Utopia. Moreover, he had a pile of top-grade and divine-grade spirit stones as his trump card, so he did not have to worry about not having enough money to spend. Moreover, he could more or less earn enough pocket money to cover his expenses. He just wanted to see who was buying a lot of 7-star blood orchids. He thought that he knew the function of 7-star blood orchids better than the average person. No matter what, there was no need to buy a lot of 7-star blood orchids. There was something strange about it. In terms of who had a large number of 7-star blood orchids, there was probably no one who had more than him. The spiritual herb garden in Utopia was like growing cabbages. Therefore, he deliberately offered such a high price to test the market. If there was still someone willing to spend a lot of money to buy it, then the buyer's motive was questionable. Who was it? The news that Yu Qianqiu was sharing a house and setting up a stall soon spread in Cornucopia. When Lanfeng dismissed the person who reported the news and turned to ask the other two, setting up a stall? What does Yu Qianqiu want to do? Nongzhu also shook her head in confusion and said, this kid talks all day long and does all kinds of unimaginable things. Who knows what he wants to do? Strange, where did he get so many 7-star blood orchids to sell? Selling a lot of 7-star blood orchids? Lu Yanqing paused and said softly, Spirit Feng Valley also raised one of the 7-star blood orchids. I have been studying it and found that this kind of spiritual herb is very magical. When it is refined with different spiritual herbs, it can produce different miraculous effects. It seems that there is infinite potential to be unearthed. Unfortunately, the cultivation period is too long, and I dare not use it freely. I only pluck a leaf every once in a while to study it, mainly because I am afraid of hurting it. As he spoke, he looked at Nongzhu and said, This thing is very hard to come by. I also want to buy a few from you Qianqiu, but the price of 200 million per plant is too high. To me it is a little too high. Nongzhu, can you help me talk to Yu Qianqiu and ask him to sell me some at a lower price? You also know that my Spirit Fang Valley is not like other places. We have almost no income and can't get so much money. Just think of it as I owe him a favor, or I can exchange some rare elixirs with him. When Lanfeng and Nongzhu looked at each other, everyone knew that alchemy was the strength of Spirit Fang Valley, but it was hardly involved in trading. Moreover, Spirit Fang Valley's medical skills were the best in the world, but they never profited from it. They had always treated people in the world for free, including those secular mortals. Therefore, compared to other forces, Spirit Fang Valley was really poor. The disciples in the sect almost didn't use spirit stones for cultivation, but took elixirs. But it was also because of this that they won the respect of the world. Cultivators who owed them a favor, if they had the opportunity to get good spirit herbs, would give them to her free of charge. Even those secular mortals knew that Spirit Fang Valley liked all kinds of herbs. So if they occasionally came across some unknown herbs in the deep mountains and wilderness, they would send them to Spirit Fang Valley without any complaints, regardless of whether they were useful or not. In this way, Spirit Fang Valley and everyone formed a relationship of mutual dependence. In addition, Spirit Fang Valley never participated in the battle of the cultivation world, so it was not a threat to everyone. Everyone was happy to live in harmony with it. After all, they might one day need to ask Spirit Fang Valley for help. Fighting and killing, it was inevitable to suffer some incurable injuries. Even the well-known old fox, Imbaikong, would send a large number of spirit herbs at a fixed time every year for free, using rare elixirs to exchange with him. Nongzhu murmured with a strange expression. She thought to herself, is there a lack of rare elixirs in that guy's hands? He can even refine those legendary heaven-defying elixirs by himself. I really don't know if the rare elixirs in your hands will catch his eye. What? Is there a problem? Lu Yanqing asked. Nongzhu shook her head and said with a wry smile, I trust you too, so I won't hide it from you. Lu Yanqing, if you exchange elixirs with him, I'm afraid he won't be interested in your elixirs. To be honest, that kid himself is a genius in alchemy. Some of the elixirs he refined can be called heaven-defying. His attainments in this aspect may not be lower than yours. What's more, this guy has a lot of unorthodox ways. He can always get some rare spirit herbs. You should be able to see it from the large number of 7-star blood orchids he set up today. He is also a master in alchemy? When Lanfeng was a little surprised. Seeing Nongzhu nodding, he could not help but say, I really didn't see it. At such a young age, his cultivation is already outstanding among his peers, and he is full of wisdom and talent. I didn't expect him to be proficient in alchemy. Given time, it will be amazing. As an experienced person, he knew that it was impossible for a person to be distracted to do too many things. There were specializations. If one was good at one thing, the others must be weaker. It was rare to see someone like him who was so good at everything. When Lanfeng had to admire Bai Changchun's vision for accepting disciples again, Lu Yanqing was stunned. Thinking of Niu Yud's ability to refine limit-breaking pill and 7 treasures pill, she knew that what Nongzhu said was true. But as for what Nongzhu said, that Yu Qianqiu had a lot of unorthodox ways, she somewhat did not believe it. It was estimated that Yu Qianqiu could get all kinds of rare spirit herbs because of Bai Changchun. It should be known that the vast demon domain was like a virgin land that had not been unveiled. How could there be a lack of all kinds of spirit herbs in it? It could be seen from the fact that Yu Qianqiu could get so many 7-star blood orchids. Yanqing, why don't I buy 10 for you? When Lanfeng said with some apprehension, he knew that the result of saying this would be rejected. It had always been like this for many years. But it involved such a large number of spirit stones. Who would have the nerve to ask Yu Qianqiu to give it for free? Robbing? That was even worse. Not to mention that Lu Yanqing would not accept it. Just the serious consequences of robbing Bai Changchun's disciple was not something that anyone could bear. Sure enough, Lu Yanqing shook her head and said, I appreciate your kindness. I'll talk to him myself. If he doesn't want to, then forget it. I won't force him. Well, let me go find that kid. Nongju waved her hand and said, it's just a few 7-star blood orchids. It's not as complicated as you think. If he has more, let him give some for free. Lu Yanqing, you owe him a favor. Don't mention exchanging elixirs for them. In fact, Nongju really didn't want to open his mouth. Some time ago, he got a sword from the immortal world from Yu Qianqiu. If he said it was a betrothal gift, he could comfort himself. Later, Zi spent so much money from him. He could also comfort himself by saying that it was right. His daughter was ready to be given to him. It was nothing to spend some money from him. But then he asked him for a batch of limit-breaking pills and 7 treasures pills. Now he had to ask Yu Qianqiu for a few 7-star blood orchids. No matter how thick-skinned Nongju was, he felt a little embarrassed. He asked for things from the younger generation, and they were all valuable things. It was a little shameful. Taking advantage of others was not like this. He was not at the point where he could be slaughtered, right? What's more, when Yu Qianqiu left before, he said that he was going to earn back the money his daughter spent, so he set up a stall to sell blood orchids. The disciple of Bai Changchun, the world's #1 master, was forced to set up a stall to sell things. As a result, when the things were put out, he took a fancy to them and asked them for free. How could he ask for it? Originally, he was very unhappy that Yu Qianqiu and the woman in the Sleeping Spring building were together. He was also full of anger, and wanted to find an opportunity to teach this kid a lesson. But he was short of a hand. If he opened his mouth, the guy who only cared about money would lose hundreds of millions in vain. How could he mention the woman in the Sleeping Spring building? It should be known that the kid was not a good person to talk to. At that time, he could shut him up with one sentence. But seeing the two friends in a dilemma, he couldn't bear it, so he had to agree to this matter. But the consequences of agreeing to this matter, he was afraid that some things would have to be turned a blind eye to Yu Qianqiu. Chapter 635. It was impossible for the World Commerce Association to not know about such an uproar. On the God of Wealth Peak, Sikongju reported this matter to his master, who knew that after Yin Baikong heard this, he didn't seem to find it strange at all, and only nodded to indicate that he understood. Instead, he was more interested in the process of Hu Yuntian's disturbance at Sleeping Spring Loft, especially when he heard that there was a beauty even more beautiful than Yanyu. His eyes flickered and he asked a few more questions. Sikongju went down the mountain with doubts in his heart. Could it be that his master already knew about the 7-star blood orchid? 200 million for one stalk, isn't he afraid of breaking his own teeth? This brat really dares to quote a price, but this is his style. Yin Baikong stared at the foot of the God of Wealth Peak, and recalled the scene of Yu Qianqiu trying to hide and sell the 7 treasure pills. Comparing the past and the past, he realized that this fellow was indeed extraordinarily greedy. Yin Baikong gazed into the distance from the foot of the mountain and muttered to himself, to be able to take out so many 7-star blood orchids at once, it seems that this is the benefit that Niu Yud gave him. The immortal world is indeed the immortal world. The rare spirit herbs of the mortal world are probably nothing much over there. Otherwise, how could they sell so much? After some consideration, he summoned Jing Yuankong and gave him 3,007 treasure pills for him to arrange the sale. As for the rest, Yin Baikong prepared to leave it for the World Commerce Association's own use. After the next batch of goods arrived, he would consider the sale according to the situation. After repeating this a few times, he would have enough financial resources and spirit pills stored up. Once Bai Changchun entered the East Holy Land, without the most terrifying hindrance, the rise of the World Commerce Association would be unstoppable. After the news of Yu Qianqiu setting up a stall spread, the border area of Cornucopia instantly became bustling with people. Yan Zhuixing and Man Hu stood outside the crowd. Because they were worried that someone would secretly attack them, they didn't dare to squeeze in to take a look. On this point, Yan Zhuixing was more or less not as bold as Yu Qianqiu. That fellow could still sit in a pile of enemies with his legs crossed and shout. Who was he afraid of? Yan Zhuixing and Man Hu's expressions turned serious when they heard that Yu Qianqiu had set up a stall to sell 7-star blood orchids. They felt that it was too much of a coincidence. Previously, They were still discussing with Bing Qingzi where they could get a large number of blood orchids. Now Yu Qianqiu began to sell them in large quantities. It couldn't be more coincidental. However, the price was really ridiculously high. 200 million upper-level spirit stones per plant. Man who looked at the people coming and going and said with some worry, "If we wait like this, will someone buy it?" It might be possible if the price was low, but the price of 200 million per plant is too high. Unless there is an urgent need, who would spend such a huge amount of money? Wasn't he selling them in bulk? Even if someone wants to buy it, it's impossible for them to buy it all, Yan Juexing denied. That's true. Man who nodded his head, then slightly sighed and said, although the price is outrageous, but in order for you to master the devil arts as soon as possible and have the ability to protect yourself, I'm afraid that Master will save the money to purchase the restriction-breaking Dan and 7 treasure Dan. Even if it is more expensive, he will still buy some. Yan Juexing was silent and thought, if my demonic technique can reach the great accomplishment stage early, this little money is nothing. But he wouldn't directly say this to Man Hu. But this is also good. At least Master doesn't have to violate the oath to go to the Wu clan in the Chinese cultivation world to find the blood orchids, Man Hu said with emotion. Yan Juexing heard this and suddenly narrowed his eyes. In his mind, he recalled the scenes of meeting Yu Qianqiu and Wu Lixue several times in the Wu clan. He said in a deep voice, I understand, so it is him. What? Man Hu asked with some doubts. Yan Juexing slowly explained. I know who the Wu clan's 7-star blood orchids came from. I should have thought of it earlier, otherwise it wouldn't be so coincidental. Back when Yu Qianqiu was in the Wu clan happened to be auctioning the 7-star blood orchids. Later, I found it strange. Why did the Wu clan auction such rare spiritual herbs one after another? I haven't even heard of it in other places. Today this guy just happened to have a bunch of 7-star blood orchids for sale. Connecting the two matters together, it is very clear. In fact, he had only guessed half of it. When the Wu clan first auctioned the 7-star blood orchids, Yu Qianqiu was just a buyer. However, after he brought the blood orchid back to Utopia, it bred a lot, which was why it was auctioned later on. So that's how it is. Man Hu nodded and said, in that case, this guy must know where there is a large number of blood orchids. It would be good if we can get some information from him. After all, the more blood orchids you have, the better. Spending money to buy them isn't a solution. This guy's price is too high, and if we buy too much, our ice palace won't be able to afford it. Find a chance to meet him alone. I have a way to get it out of him, Yan Juexing said confidently. Man Hu's eyes lit up. Just as he was about to say something, he heard someone laugh and say, so Brother Man and Brother Yan are here too. The two of them turned around and saw it was none other than Hu Yintian. Looking at his happy face, it seemed that the embarrassing incident at the Sleeping Spring Loft didn't affect him anymore. Hu Yintian had 4 followers behind him. After the 3 of them greeted each other, Hu Yintian looked at the crowded place and said with a smile, are the 2 of you here to watch the show? Why don't you go in and take a look? Squeezing with them is beneath my dignity. Man Hu looked at the crowd in disdain and found a good excuse. Haha, that's easy. Hu Yintian waved at the 4 people behind him, and they immediately opened up a path in front of them. They kept shouting, make way, make way. When the people who were being chased saw that they were from the Cloud Palace, they all made way. Please. Hu Yintian waved at the 2 of them. The 2 of them looked at each other and didn't stand on ceremony. They followed him in. Yu Qianqiu's stall was set up for half a day. There were many people looking at it, but no one was interested in it. The 7-star blood orchid wasn't sold, but Yi Cheng's pile of broken stones were sold at a high price. They were sold for more than 50,000 high-grade spirit stones. Yi Cheng naturally knew that it was because of Yu Qianqiu, so he wanted to give him the spirit stones. But how could Yu Qianqiu take advantage of this? So he firmly refused. After being stared at for so long, Yu Qianqiu was a little depressed. Just as he was comforting himself to be patient, he suddenly heard someone shouting to open up a path. Turning his head, he saw a few people walking over in an imposing manner. He didn't know Hu Yintian, so he was stunned when he saw Man Hu and Yin Juexing. When Man Hu saw him, he couldn't help but think of his second brother's death. His expression didn't look good even if he wanted to. Instead, Yin Juexing cupped his hands and smiled. "Brother Yu, I didn't expect to see you here again." Hu Yuntian looked at both sides and asked despite knowing the answer. "So the two of you know each other?" Who didn't know that Yu Qianqiu and Yin Juexing were old enemies in China's cultivation world? Yu Qianqiu stood up and also cupped his hands and smiled. "I was wondering why my eyelids kept twitching today. So it's because an old friend is here. Brother Yin, I really missed you after we parted in China." His words didn't match, and no one knew if he was flattering or mocking. When he stood up, Yiqing couldn't sit still and quickly stood up as well. Yin Juexing didn't mind. He had already experienced this guy's eloquence, and he had never taken advantage of him. Sparring with him was just looking for excitement. "This is East Country's Cloud Palace's Hu Yintian, third young master Hu." Yin Juexing introduced with deep meaning. He emphasized the name Hu Yintian very clearly. He came to a conclusion today, and he wanted to verify if women were Yu Qianqiu's weakness. Wasn't there a rumor in China's cultivation world that the Temptress of 100 Charms was Yu Qianqiu's mistress? When Yu Qianqiu heard that this person was Hu Yintian, his expression changed slightly. He glanced over coldly. "You're that Hu Yintian who snatched people from Sleeping Spring Loft?" Yin Juexing knew it was as he expected, and he smiled without saying a word. Hu Yintian was stunned, and he felt that something was wrong. Judging from Yin Juexing's tone, he didn't seem to like him, and he didn't know when he had offended Yin Juexing. He paused for a moment and smiled. "It was a moment of recklessness, and I've embarrassed myself in front of Brother Yu. On the other hand, Brother Yu's reputation as the #1 expert below spirit severing stage is something that I've long heard of." As he spoke, he glanced at Yin Juexing, and he realized that he had been tricked. Yu Qianqiu also glanced at Yin Juexing, and then looked around. He resisted the urge to make a move on the spot. He sat down on a chair casually, and said with an expressionless face, "I say, I'm currently doing business, and we'll talk again when I'm free. If you're not buying anything, please get out of the way. Don't hinder my business." Hu Yuntian's expression changed. He was used to being unreasonable, and this Yu Qianqiu made him lose face again and again in public. He almost couldn't hold it in anymore, but he knew that when Lanfeng was currently in the cornucopia, and he had to endure it no matter what. After all, his father wasn't as powerful as when Lanfeng, who knew that his guards would overdo their duty, and they didn't understand their boss's spirit. One of the guards, who was probably the leader, shouted, "How dare you!" Hu Yintian wanted to stop his men from being rude, but he was too slow. Yu Qianqiu raised his eyebrows, and he didn't say anything else. He flicked his sleeve, and a group of green rays shot out. The guard was shocked. He didn't expect the other party to attack without saying a word. He was a disciple of the Yin Palace. Being caught in the crowd, it was difficult to dodge, and at such a close distance, the only place to dodge was the sky, so he immediately dodged up. Who knew that the other party had already expected it? He had just jumped up half a person's height when a figure fell from the sky, holding a big black saber, and slashed at his head. In a flash, a flying sword shot out to meet the enemy. Dang! The flying sword broke into two. The distance was too close, and he couldn't dodge in front, back, left, or right. The flying sword from below came again. The guard was frightened, and he had no choice but to use his protective aura chi to protect his body. However, he seemed to have forgotten what the big black saber in Yu Qianqiu's hand was. It was a fierce thing that had once caused a reign of terror. Puff! Ah! A scream sounded, and everyone watched in horror as the big black saber cut through the protective aura chi like a watermelon, and cut the guard in half. The process was complicated, but it happened in the blink of an eye. No one thought that Yu Qianqiu would dare to make a move in the cornucopia without any warning. Hu Yuntian, Yin Juexing, and Man Hu were also stunned. They didn't expect this guy to be so crazy. It wasn't until Yu Qianqiu killed the guard that the surrounding people reacted, and with a hua sound, they were afraid of being involved, so they all dodged. In such a crowded situation, the scene could be imagined, It was called a person colliding with another. Chapter 636. The figures scattered, but the few of them did not move. In the blink of an eye, the group of people had completely dispersed, retreating at least tens of meters away. Man Hu Yin Juexing, Hu Yin Tian, the remaining 3 guards, Mo Xiaojun and Yi Cheng. The 8 of them looked at the 2 halves of the corpse. The intestines were scattered all over the ground, and the blood-red liquid was still flowing. The few of them still could not believe that this was true. An early-stage crossing tribulation cultivator was killed by Yu Qianqiu just like that. Among the 8 of them, Yu Qianqiu coldly snorted. He dragged a black saber that was even bigger than a person, and indifferently turned around to clean up the 10 pots of blood orchids on the stall. It seemed that his business could no longer continue. Hu Yuntian suddenly roared. Yu Qianqiu, how dare you kill my Cloud Palace disciple? He was originally ordered to come and pull Yu Qianqiu into the Cloud Palace. He did not expect such a thing to happen. Before he even started to pull people in, they had already become enemies. Yu Qianqiu turned around and put his saber on his shoulder. Behind him, tens of cyan flying swords rotated around. He expressionlessly stared at the corpse on the ground and said, I have killed many people. This is not the first time I have killed a Cloud Palace disciple. Furthermore, you overestimated yourself and dared to come out and shout at me. If you are not courting death, then what are you doing? Do you think I am easy to bully? Yan Juexing and Man Hu looked at each other. They both had the same thought. This guy is a complete lunatic. If you do not give a satisfactory explanation today, don't even think of leaving here alive. Hu Yintian angrily said. The 3 guards beside him all flew out with their flying swords. They floated in front of them, waiting for an opportunity. Mo Xiaojun did not say anything and also released his flying sword. Yi Cheng also followed suit. He had seen Senior use style today. That was called clean and neat. He even killed a Cloud Palace disciple without hesitation. He did not expect that he would be able to fight alongside Senior Yu today. This has nothing to do with the 2 of you. Scram. Yu Qianqiu turned around and shouted at the 2. The 2 did not dare to disobey and slowly retreated. A satisfactory explanation? What a joke. It was clearly your subordinate who threatened me first, and now you want me to give you a satisfactory explanation? What if you're satisfied but I'm not? Yu Qianqiu sneered. How about this? Let's cut the crap. No one will be satisfied just by talking. Why don't you and I fight one-on-one? We'll fight to the death. Whoever dies will be unlucky. What do you think? Wow. The crowd was boiling. The atmosphere was pushed to the climax by Yu Qianqiu's words. It was 2F** King direct. Everyone was rubbing their fists. There was going to be a good show to watch. Hu Yuntian was choked by this sentence. His senior brother Chu Dingfang had died at the hands of Yu Qianqiu in Dayang Kingdom. In terms of ability, he was slightly inferior to Chu Dingfang. How could he dare to accept the challenge? However, he had already spoken. If he did not accept it, he would not only lose face for himself, but also for his father, Hu Changshou. Cornucopia wasn't small, but it wasn't big either. What happened here immediately spread. Just as Hu Yuntian's expression was uncertain, someone came to help him. Mu Lianqiu arrived quickly with 10 law enforcement guard disciples and landed between Yu Qianqiu and Hu Yuntian. In just a short while a large group of people appeared silently in the air. The people below raised their heads to take a look, and all of them immediately fell silent out of fear. Impressively, the various deity transformation stage lords had arrived. Mu Lianqiu, you came at the right time. Hu Yuntian pointed at Yu Qianqiu and said, He killed my Cloud Palace disciple in public. This is your world commerce's territory. I hope the law enforcement guard of Cornucopia will give justice to my Cloud Palace. Bulsh *T. Yu Qianqiu pointed the blade directly at Hu Yuntian and said, It was clearly your Cloud Palace who bullied me first, hindered me from doing legal business here, and threatened me. I was forced to take action. The eyes of the masses are clear. Everyone saw this. I strongly request the law enforcement guard of Cornucopia to punish evil and punish these bullies. What a sharp-tongued junior. How dare you speak irresponsibly here? Someone suddenly spoke in the air. His voice was not loud, but every word entered everyone's ears. Everyone looked over. A gray-robed old man slowly floated into the air and stared down indifferently. Hu Yuntian was overjoyed when he saw this. It was none other than his father, one of the top 10 experts, a late-stage soul formation cultivator, Hu Changshou. He immediately led the 3 guards to salute. Yu Qianqiu was not a fool. Without thinking, he knew who it was from their actions. He was about to defend himself, but before he could speak, someone had already spoken. An indistinct voice traveled over. Hu Changshou, you're so awe-inspiring. Is it appropriate to use it on an early-stage tribulation passing junior? You didn't see what happened with your own eyes. How do you know he's speaking irresponsibly? Isn't he being a little overprotective? The soft voice was like stirring up waves, surging layer by layer and reverberating endlessly in cornucopia. On God of Wealth Peak, Yin Baikong wanted to personally attend the scene, but after hearing this voice, he paused and turned back to Sikongju saying, "It's not convenient for me to show up. You handle it, and keep in touch with me through voice transmission." Sikongju accepted the order and left. Most of the people below didn't know who the speaker was, but from the voice, they knew the speaker was not simple. Otherwise, he would not speak to Hu Changshou like this. Those who knew were slightly shocked. When Lanfeng's words were not false. He was indeed supporting Yu Qianqiu. Suddenly, 3 people appeared in the air and stood face to face with Hu Changshou. They were Wen Lanfeng, Lu Yanqing and Nongzhu. When Lanfeng stood in the middle, Hu Changshou's expression changed. He cupped his hands and squeezed out a smile saying, "Brother Wen, Sister Lu Yanqing is also here, Nongzhu." He glanced at Bing Qingzi in the air not far away. Yin Baikong did not even come. Among the 3, only Lu Yanqing nodded slightly. The other 2 looked down and saw that Yu Qianqiu was carrying a huge black saber. It was as if he was going to attack a city and fight a war. He was truly overbearing. Lu Yanqing glanced at the corpse at his feet and frowned slightly. When Yu Qianqiu saw that he had 3 backers, he immediately winked at Hu Yuntian, wondering if he should seize the opportunity to kill this guy. Hu Yuntian's face was slightly pale, knowing that he would not be able to get away with it today. Mu Lianqiu and the others who were sandwiched between the 2 looked at each other, knowing that this matter was no longer up to them to handle. At this moment, Bing Qingzi flashed to Hu Changshou's side. He knew that it would be inappropriate if he did not come out. Yin Baikong did not come. If he hid at the side and watched Hu Changshou alone, this alliance would become a big joke, and he would also lose face. It's normal for there to be some friction between the younger generation. There's no need to muster a large force. Bing Qingzi first said some words to smooth things over, then turned his head and shouted, "Sikongju, how long are you going to wait? This is your World Chamber of Commerce's territory. Don't tell me you want to watch the show instead of coming out to mediate?" A figure flashed over. Sikongju awkwardly bowed to them and said, "Greetings, seniors. May I know what happened?" "Don't talk nonsense." Bing Qingzi pointed down and said, "Cornucopia's law enforcement guards are down there. You can ask them yourself. If this matter is not handled fairly and something happens, you will be responsible for the consequences." Yin Baikong did not want to offend anyone and hid. How could Bing Qingzi let him have his way? He immediately pushed the conflict over. Hu Changshou nodded knowingly. Sikongju smiled bitterly. There was no justice to speak of in this matter. He would offend whoever he made suffer. However, he had no choice. After all, the World Chamber of Commerce was the owner of this place. Hence, he braced himself and cupped his hands at them. "Seniors, please wait a moment. I will go down and take a look first." He went down in a flash and glanced at Yu Qianqiu, who was carrying a big saber. He thought to himself, "Why did you come out to set up a stall? Aren't you looking for trouble?" He then asked Mu Lianqiu in a deep voice, "What exactly is going on?" Mu Lianqiu bowed and said, "I have just arrived and have not figured out the cause of the matter." Even if he knew, he could not say it clearly. Otherwise, not only would he be embarrassed, his master would also be embarrassed. He would definitely punish him when he returned. The best outcome for this matter was to let it go unsettled. Sikongju nodded, and looked at the people causing trouble on both sides. He said sternly, "How dare you cause trouble in Cornucopia? Explain the matter clearly. Otherwise, no matter who is behind you, you will be severely punished." It sounded like he was not bending the law for personal gain. When the surrounding ordinary cultivators heard this, they were in awe. The World Chamber of Commerce was indeed the World Chamber of Commerce. They were not afraid of power. However, to those soul formation experts in the air, they were well aware that it would be strange if this matter could be explained clearly. Sikongju was clearly trying to smooth things over. By saying such words, he was protecting the World Chamber of Commerce's face, and also letting the matter go unsettled. Swish! The big saber in Yu Qianqiu's hand was stabbed into the ground. The green flying sword on his back flashed into his sleeve. He raised his finger and said to Hu Yuntian and the rest, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Even Man Hu and Yan Juixing were counted. He then cupped his hands at Sikongju and said, "Senior Sikong, there is no need to explain this matter. There are 6 of them and only 1 of me. Anyone with a discerning eye can tell who is bullying who. They are clearly taking advantage of their power to bully others. Senior Sikong, you have to uphold justice for me. I was only setting up a small stall here, but their group came to cause trouble. This guy lying on the ground even threatened me, so I had no choice but to kill him. What does it have to do with us?" Man Hu and Yan Juixing's expression changed. This guy was pestering endlessly and actually dragged the 2 of them into this. However, Bing Qingzi and Hu Changsha were both present. Both parties were allies. If they publicly said that they weren't on the same side, what would others think? There would be suspicions of being afraid of trouble. The one who would be the most embarrassed would probably be Bing Qingzi. "Yu Qianqiu, don't talk nonsense here," Hu Yuntian said angrily. "It was clearly you who spoke rudely first. You were also the one who killed him when there was a disagreement. You still dare to frame us." "I spoke rudely first?" Yu Qianqiu sneered. "It seems like I have always been polite. Why don't you tell me what offensive words I've said?" "You." Hu Yuntian was at a loss for words. Yu Qianqiu smiled contemptuously. "Can't say it right? Let me say it for you. I clearly said that I am currently doing business, and we can slowly chat when I have time. If you are not buying anything, then please move aside and don't hinder my business." Very courteous words. Could it be that these words are also called rude words? You guys are bullying others with your power. Chapter 637. At this point, Yu Qianqiu angrily pulled out the big black blade from the ground. He waved the blade twice and pointed it at Hu Yuntian's nose. "Senior Sikong, the truth is in front of us. Hurry up and capture these evildoers and punish them severely. Don't let them escape." Looking at his impatient look, it was as if he wanted Sikongju's help to capture them. Sikongju couldn't help but roll his eyes. "What you said is the truth. You want to capture them?" In the air, a fatty dressed in blue hugged his belly as he laughed. This person was none other than Pei Fong. Actually, there were many people who wanted to laugh. Nongzhu was one of them. However, she forced herself not to laugh out loud. The corner of Wen Lanfeng's mouth curled into a smile. Hu Yuntian was so angry that he almost became muddle-headed. He immediately roared. "Who said we were going to run? If you're not going to run, then plead guilty obediently and save us the trouble." Yu Qianqiu waved his blade at Sikongju and the rest. In the blink of an eye, it became us. It seemed like they were going to carry out the law together. Sikongju could tell that Hu Yuntian cultivated under Hu Changshu's protection. Usually, everyone would give in to him. No one dared to talk back to him. He could be unreasonable, but he wasn't good at talking. In the end, he met Yu Qianqiu today. It seemed like he was going to be muddle-headed from anger. If he allowed Yu Qianqiu to continue, Hu Yuntian would definitely plead guilty and submit to the law. This was not the result that Yu Qianqiu wanted. Sikongju coughed and said, "Hu Yuntian, are Yu Qianqiu's words true or false?" He was reminding Hu Yuntian to explain himself. It was useless to keep talking to Yu Qianqiu. The matter wasn't even clear. If he talked about pleading guilty, wouldn't he be looking for trouble? "Hu Yuntian, Yu Qianqiu pointed with his blade again, and quickly snatched the topic. He shouted. If you have the ability, swear to the heavens that what I just said was false. Hu Yuntian was at a loss for words. He really didn't dare to swear an oath, because what Yu Qianqiu said before was indeed true. However, the tone he used when it happened was completely different from the tone he used when he explained it in front of everyone. Yan Zhuixing and Man Hu glanced at each other. This Hu Yuntian might seem smart, but if it wasn't for his father, he wouldn't be able to achieve anything. Idiot. Hu Changshou's face darkened, and he immediately scolded. Why do you care what he said? Just talk about yourself. What does it matter if you say black is white? I'm here. What are you afraid of? He just couldn't figure it out. How could a person who usually looked quite shrewd become like this after being angered so casually? After being scolded by his old man, Hu Yuntian suddenly came to his senses. The fury in his eyes gradually calmed down, and he regained his shrewd appearance. He said to Sikongju in a clear voice, Senior Sikong, Yu Qianqiu is talking nonsense. Not a single word is true. It is a fact that he killed people in cornucopia. Everyone saw it. Please punish him severely, Senior. These two completely different reactions were, because everyone could tell that he was being guided. But this was exactly what Sikongju hoped for. Sikongju tilted his head and asked, Yu Qianqiu, Hu Yuntian said that everything you said was a lie. What else do you have to say? Yu Qianqiu raised his head and looked at Hu Changshou in the sky, then looked at Hu Yuntian, and revealed a mocking expression of exasperation at Hu Changshou's failure to meet his expectations. He shook his head and sneered. This person is already shameless to the point of lying with his eyes wide open. What else do I have to say? If I continue talking, it will just be a result of not acknowledging each other. It's simply a waste of saliva. Senior Sikong, why don't you be more direct? Sikongju let out an "oh," and his eyes flickered as he asked, how to be more direct? Yu Qianqiu stared at Hu Yuntian and sneered, causing Hu Yuntian's hair to stand on end. Suddenly he saw the blade in his hand pointing at him and said, Hu Yuntian, I'll still say the same thing. There's no meaning in arguing with your glib tongue. Why don't you and I fight one-on-one, and we won't rest until one of us is dead. Whoever dies will be unlucky. How about it? The surrounding crowd went into an uproar again. This madman's killing desire was very strong. He was indeed worthy of the title of butcher. It seemed like he really wanted to slaughter Hu Yuntian. If he didn't have the confidence to slaughter Hu Yuntian, he definitely wouldn't keep mentioning about fighting one-on-one. Although no one said it, they actually hoped that Hu Yuntian would accept the challenge. They just treated it as watching the show. In the crowd, there was a pair of bright eyes. Yan Yu looked at Yu Qianqiu with a complicated expression. With the commotion caused, it was impossible for her not to have heard the news. Originally, she didn't want to come, but for some reason, she still came. Farong Zi and the rest were currently anxiously pacing around the One Clan's shop. They really wanted to come over and take a look, but before Nongzhu came out, he ordered them not to come out. Hu Yuntian was challenged by him again, and his expression was dark and gloomy, showing signs of going berserk. If he still didn't accept the challenge, how would he still have the face to mingle in the cultivation world? Right at this moment, Hu Changshou transmitted his voice. Is your face more important or your life more important? Don't let your imagination run wild, and push the problem to Sikongju. Hu Yuntian took a deep breath and cupped his hands towards Sikongju. Senior Sikong, Cornucopia is the territory of the World Commerce Guild. What do you think? Nongzhu replied with a relaxed face. I don't know what he wants to do. But don't worry, he won't do anything that will cause him to lose. Man Hu took a step forward lightly. He also wanted to take the opportunity to take revenge for his junior brother. Unexpectedly, Yan Zhuixing grabbed him and walked to Hu Yuntian's side, saying with a smile, Brother Hu, Senior Pei has already said that Brother Yu is the #1 expert below the soul-forming stage. How can we defeat him so easily? It's not wrong for us to admit defeat to someone who can be praised by Senior Pei. Originally, he wanted to let Yu Qianqiu and Hu Yuntian do it. It had nothing to do with him, so he kept his mouth shut and did not answer. Unexpectedly, Yu Qianqiu also involved him and Man Hu. If Hu Yuntian accepted the challenge, it would be inexcusable for them not to fight. Therefore they came forward to help Hu Yuntian, the fool who was outwardly smart but inwardly stupid. In fact, it was not that Yan Zhuixing did not want to fight. In fact, he wanted to try the effect of his demonic power against Yu Qianqiu. The demonic power had been stimulated by Yu Qianqiu's words, and it was running automatically in his body. However, there were too many people watching. The power of the demonic power was extraordinary. Once he fought, he would definitely be exposed. Now that he did not have the ability to protect himself, he had to bear with it. After he got the 7-star blood orchid to improve his cultivation, everything would be easy. Although Hu Yuntian was angry at Yu Qianqiu's arrogance, he was still a little afraid of him. It should be known that the butcher in the cultivation world was famous for killing. Many experts at the final stage of the passing calamity stage had died in his hands. Now that Yan Zhuixing gave him a way out, he smiled calmly and said, "Brother Yan is right. Since Senior Pei praised him so much, it's not wrong for us to admit defeat." He waved his hand heroically and said, "I admit defeat and stop fighting." Yu Qianqiu was startled. He did not expect that they would admit defeat even after he had said so much. Pei Fong was stunned. He wanted to slap himself. If he had known earlier, he would not have interrupted. Hu Changshou glanced at Yu Qianqiu with a malicious gaze. Then he smiled at Wen Lanfeng and said, "Brother Wen, the heroes are here to watch the show. If this matter continues, we as guests will not give face to the host. I think it's better to follow the host's idea and temporarily put this matter aside. We will talk about it after the investigation. What do you think?" Although others thought that Yu Qianqiu had to listen to Wen Lanfeng did not think that he could be Yu Qianqiu's master. Just as he was about to use words to evade, he heard Lu Yanqing, who was beside him, say, "Isn't it better to solve it peacefully? Why must we fight and kill?" Wen Lanfeng was startled. He looked down and said, "Yu Qianqiu, since they have admitted defeat, you should also take a step back. Let's talk about this later." Yu Qianqiu was speechless. Without Wen Lanfeng's support, he did not have the ability to kill Hu Changshou's son in front of him. Moreover, there was Bing Qingzi eyeing him covetously. He glanced at Nongzhu, but Nongzhu also shook her head slightly. "Damn it. Relying on others to support you is the most unstable thing. In the end, you still have to rely on yourself. Let's wait and see." With a calm face, Yu Qianqiu put away the big black saber. He turned around and walked to the original stall. He took out pots of 7-star blood orchids and shouted to the crowd, selling 7-star blood orchids in large quantities. 200 million per plant. Those who are willing to buy, come quickly. Chapter 638. Everyone could hear the resentment in his voice. The onlookers looked at each other. It seemed that this guy was unhappy that he didn't kill Hu Changshou's son. Hu Changshou's eyes flashed with killing intent. He turned around and disappeared in the air. Hu Yuntian happily said goodbye to Yan Zhuixing and Man Hu and left as well. The 3 guards went to Yu Qianqiu's stall in fear to clean up their colleague's corpse. This guy was so crazy that he didn't even put Hu Changshou in his eyes. They were really worried that he would do something out of line again. The 3 of them buried their heads in collecting the corpse. They didn't even have the courage to look up at Yu Qianqiu. Si Kongju took a deep look at Yu Qianqiu and waved his hand at Mu Lianqiu and the others. He led the crowd away and continued to maintain the order of the cornucopia. Seeing that the show had come to an end and that there was nothing to see, the rulers in the air all disappeared. When Lanfeng looked at Nongzhu and smiled bitterly as if saying, "This guy won't bear a grudge against me, right?" The 2 of them disappeared together with Lu Yanqing. Bing Qingzi's pupils shrank when he saw Yu Qianqiu's blood orchid. His eyes flickered and he left. Only Yan Zhuixing and Man Hu didn't leave. Soon, the stalls that were divided by white lines returned to their original appearance. Regardless of whether it was the stall owners or the people lingering there, their gazes were always faintly discernible as they looked at Yu Qianqiu, filled with reverence. She had heard many rumors about Yu Qianqiu, but this was the first time she had seen him act so domineering. He killed a cultivator in the early stage of tribulation passing, just because of a disagreement, and that cultivator was a disciple of the world-famous Cloud Palace. Then he brazenly challenged 6 disciples of the Cloud Palace and Ice Palace in front of everyone, including 2 experts in the late stage of tribulation passing. In the end, the disciples of the Cloud Palace and Ice Palace admitted defeat and retreated. In addition, Pei Fong, an expert in the late stage of spirit severing. Now in everyone's mind, Yu Qianqiu was the #1 expert below the spirit severing stage. Mo Xiaojun stood quietly behind Yu Qianqiu, his attitude becoming more and more respectful. Niu Yid had appointed them as the leader, and he did not disgrace them. Yi Cheng, who was standing at the side, looked at Yu Qianqiu with even more admiration. Perhaps it was because of the sense of identity, he didn't feel that Yu Qianqiu's actions were too arrogant. Instead, he thought that Yu Qianqiu had won glory for the Chinese cultivation world. In fact, there were many disciples from various sects who had snuck in from the Chinese cultivation world. Unfortunately, they didn't have the chance to get close to Yu Qianqiu like Yi Cheng did. But it didn't affect their crazy worship of Yu Qianqiu at all. Usually they didn't dare to raise their heads here. Suddenly seeing such a figure in the cultivation world of Wuxia, they were simply overwhelmed with emotions, unable to calm down, and extremely excited. Was Yu Qianqiu arrogant? Not at all. They couldn't wait for Yu Qianqiu to be 10,000 times more arrogant. It would be best if he could trample all the countries under his feet. After silently admiring him for a while, they left quietly. They wanted to report what had happened here to the Chinese cultivation world as soon as possible. Not long after, Furong, Zi, Enchantress, and Amano came running. After Nongzhu went back, seeing that the situation had calmed down, she allowed them to come out. Are you all right? The 3 girls asked almost at the same time. What can happen to me? When Yu Qianqiu saw Furong, the haze on his face turned into a smile, and he asked, "What are you doing here? Do you want to help me set up a stall?" Wow. Zi stared at Shui Lan in the stall and exclaimed, "Selling things is such a fun thing. Why didn't you invite me?" Then she crossed the stall excitedly, and pushed Yu Qianqiu away. She stood on the seller's seat and looked around, as if she really hoped that someone would come to buy things from her. She usually spent money to buy things, but this was the first time she tasted selling things. Furong didn't want to be outdone. She stood beside Zi happily, and the 2 of them shared the feeling of being a stall owner. Yu Qianqiu was speechless. These 2 women didn't know how hard it was to earn money, and they thought it was a fun thing. If there was a chance in the future, he would let them play every day. Let's see if they would still be in such a good mood. I also want to have a taste of living off a woman. Enchantress stood beside Yu Qianqiu with a smile, while Amano, Zi, and Mo Xiaojun stood side by side, looking around vigilantly. Yi Cheng glanced at Furong from time to time, trying to hide the shock in his heart. Although Hibiscus rarely showed her face on the supporting Immortal Island, she had coincidentally seen her once in the Myriad Fragrance Garden. After careful observation, he confirmed that she was the daughter of Wamfin Garden's principal elder, Furong. What he couldn't understand was why Furong and Yu Qianqiu were here together. "Senior Yu, this junior still has some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave now." Yi Cheng suddenly bowed respectfully to Yu Qianqiu. Yu Qianqiu smiled and nodded at him. Furong took a glance and realized that this person looked familiar, but she couldn't recognize him, so she didn't think too much about it. After Yi Cheng got permission, he quickly walked out of the treasure basin. He wanted to think of a way to send this shocking news back to Fuxian Island. Yan Zhuixing squinted his eyes as he sized up Zi, Furong, and Enchantress. His lips curled into a meaningful smile. Yan Zhuixing nodded at Man Hu, and the 2 of them walked towards Yu Qianqiu's stall. Because of the commotion earlier, the bustling crowd didn't dare to come over, causing the stall to be abnormally quiet. There wasn't even a single person passing by, and everyone took a detour. Just as Zi was feeling depressed, she suddenly saw 2 people walking over. She immediately said excitedly, "Are you buying? How much do you want to buy?" Before she could finish, she realized it was someone she knew from the saber drawing assembly. "Miss Zi, long time no see." Yan Zhuixing cupped his hands. Yu Qianqiu sneered, Brother Yan, could it be that you want to wreck my stall again? When Ziyi heard that they wanted to wreck her stall, she immediately took out her dark purple bamboo rod and was about to make a move. Brother Yu, it's meaningless to say that. Yan Zhuixing glanced at the blood orchids on the stall and said with a smile, I saw that Brother Yu's stall was deserted, so I wanted to invite Brother Yu to visit our Ice Palace's shop when you have time. Perhaps there are people who will purchase a large amount of Brother Yu's 7-star blood orchids. Could it be him? Yu Qianqiu's heart skipped a beat, but he didn't show it on his face. He cupped his hands and said, Thank you for the reminder, Brother Yan. I will definitely pay a visit. Hehe. Then I won't disturb Brother Yu's business anymore. Goodbye. Yan Zhuixing cupped his hands and left with Manhu. Yu Qianqiu stared at the two's departing figures with flickering eyes. Suddenly, he was pulled back to reality by the noise around him. He saw many people rushing towards the center of the treasure basin. What's wrong? What's wrong? What's wrong? The World Commerce Association put up a new signboard and started selling the 7 treasure pill that can help break through the bottleneck of cultivation. Then we have to hurry and take a look. Maybe we loose cultivators will have a chance to buy it and make a huge profit. When the news about the 7 treasure pill came from the crowd, Yu Qianqiu waved his hand and said, Young Master Mo, go take a look. Yes. Young Master Mo accepted the order and left. Yu Qianqiu's eyes narrowed into slits as he muttered to himself. Selling the 7 treasure pill? Yin Baikong, your time of misfortune has come. Ever since he used Niu Yud's identity to sell the last batch of limit-breaking pills to Yin Baikong, he had decided to stop. It wasn't that he didn't want to make more money, but after seeing the various countries and Yin Baikong's secret game, he knew that he wouldn't be able to make a fortune for long. Even though the country's alliance was crushed by Yin Baikong once, none of them were to be trifled with. They definitely wouldn't sit by and watch the World Commerce Association continue like this. To be able to become a lord in the cultivation world, no one was a fool. This was because Yin Baikong's methods of accumulating wealth hadn't reached the point where it hurt everyone's bones. Now wasn't the time to make a move against a colossus like the World Commerce Association. Because some people were still holding a wait-and-see attitude, they were afraid of being attacked by the powerful World Commerce Association. But once Yin Baikong's methods of accumulating wealth hurt everyone's vitality, the various powers wouldn't be able to sit still and would definitely join forces. At first, Yu Qianqiu was curious as to what kind of backing Yin Baikong had to dare to do such a thing. He wasn't a fool. But after thinking about it from his own point of view, he suddenly realized that this old fox was relying on Niu Yud, an immortal from the immortal world. Yin Baikong first boldly threw out several billion, taking the risk of paying first before taking the goods. Then, for every 5,000 limit-breaking pills, he took the initiative to increase the price by 1 billion high-grade spirit stones, constantly expressing goodwill towards Niu Yud. The reason why he didn't hesitate to cooperate with Niu Yud to do business was to tie Niu Yud's interests tightly with his. Once the various powers retaliated, not only would it hurt his interests, it would also hurt Niu Yud's interests. Yu Qianqiu thought that if he really was Niu Yud, who had the strength of an immortal from the immortal world, he definitely wouldn't sit by and watch his interests be harmed. At the crucial moment, he would not hesitate to come out and intimidate everyone. After thinking about this, Yu Qianqiu couldn't help but smile bitterly. If he hadn't taken the initiative, Yin Baikong would have really used this opportunity to rise up and become an unshakable overlord of the cultivation world. As he thought about it, he couldn't help but admire Yin Baikong's foresight. Ever since he found out that Niu Yud was an immortal from the immortal world, he immediately started to make plans. This kind of courage and foresight made others sigh in admiration. As expected, he was someone who could achieve great things. It wasn't by chance that the World Commerce Company could reach its current state. After understanding the implications, Yu Qianqiu knew that this was the end of his fortune, and it wasn't good for him to meddle any further. Thus, he decisively threw out 20,000 limit-breaking pills at once. After making a huge profit, he quickly got rid of Niu Yud's identity. Then, he immediately used Yu Qianqiu's identity to send out 5,007 treasure pills that buried the World Commerce Company. He wanted to see how Yin Baikong would clean up this mess. The only thing that made Yu Qianqiu regret was that he didn't think so far ahead. He regretted getting himself involved with Niu Yud. In the future, there might be some small troubles. Demon Domain, in Wind Valley. The mountains that stretched for dozens of miles had been sealed off by thick fog for countless years. Raging winds carried phosphorus ghost flames everywhere. Although the environment was harsh, it was a rare cultivation treasure land with abundant qi for the hundreds of thousands of ghost cultivators who lived here. Just as the ghost cultivators were cultivating as usual, a gust of qi that was as thick as ink suddenly erupted violently from the entrance of the 9th netherworld cave. The strong airflow whistled out crazily, and even the nearby rocks that weighed hundreds of kilograms were blown away. In an instant, the dark clouds that covered the sky above the Wind Valley became restless, causing the hundreds of thousands of ghost cultivators to look over. An indescribable feeling of terror spread in the hearts of the ghost cultivators. Just when the Nether cave had just undergone an unusual change, inside the Ghost King Palace, Yuji led the group of ghost generals, and arrived one after another. Braving the strong wind, they landed a few hundred meters away from the Nether cave. All of them were bewildered. Qi that was as thick as ink continuously whistled out of the cave along with the strong wind. Chapter 639. Such a thick energy, for ghost cultivators, was something that they could not wish for. However, such an abnormal change caused the hearts of all the ghost cultivators to be filled with terror. It was a type of terror towards the unknown. Yuji pursed her lips, her hair blowing in the strong wind. The group of ghost generals behind her also had bewildered gazes. Not knowing what was going to happen, Shuntian Island, by Changchun, who was sitting cross-legged in a large room, suddenly opened his eyes and suddenly disappeared from the room. When he reappeared, he was already standing at the edge of the 1,000-mile lake, facing the direction of the Wind Valley, holding a bright moon in one hand. More accurately, it was a mirror that glowed with a bright white light. All of a sudden, the white light retracted back into the mirror. On the surface of the ancient and smooth mirror that was lined with vine patterns, the scene in front of the 9 nether caves suddenly appeared. Even the bewildered Yuji and the others appeared in the mirror. The mirror floated in front of him. Bai Changchun frowned, his eyes filled with puzzlement. He clearly did not know what was going on. Inside the 9 netherworld cave, after crossing the netherworld flame sea, the majestic underworld gate let out a deep and heart-palpitating sound. The gap of the gate gradually became larger, and the netherworld flame sea that had been burning for who knows how many years began to violently shake. The chaotic airflow caused the various skeletal statues on the huge underworld iron mountain to let out all kinds of cries. Men and women, old and young, large and small, the skeletal statues seemed to come to life, crying to someone about the misfortune of their previous life. All kinds of cries gathered in the underground space, echoing endlessly, creating a scene of chaos. If Yu Qianqiu was here, he would definitely be shocked. The underworld gate that had been closed for who knows how many years was actually slowly opening. When the majestic, thick, and dark underworld gate opened to a meter wide, it stopped moving. Behind the gate, there was a black light constantly rotating. Suddenly, 2 white lights flashed. With 2 xiao-xiao sounds, the 2 white lights turned into 2 figures that stopped in front of the underworld gate. 2 white-robed men that looked exactly the same appeared. Their faces were also snow-white and pale, so pale that it was a bit abnormal, as if they were twin brothers. The 2 of them coldly looked around. After a long time, one of them slowly said, "Everything is normal." Another person nodded and said, "Big brother, why did the Underworld Emperor ask us to patrol the underworld ways of the 72 worlds?" The former shook his head and said, "It was Lady Blackpool's idea." Hearing this, the latter was taken aback and sighed. "Big brother, have you noticed that because the Underworld Emperor doesn't get involved in the affairs of the underworld, Lady Blackpool has been getting involved in more and more things? I'm afraid it's not a good thing." "Shut up if you don't want to get into trouble," the former warned. "This is not something you and I should worry about. Don't say such things in the future." "Got it." The latter shook his head helplessly. The former sized up his surroundings once more and said calmly, "Let's go. Let's go back. The two of them had just turned around when they suddenly shuddered at the same time. Their gazes burned as they stared at the netherworld gate. Of the two knockers on the gate of the netherworld, only one remained. One of the heaven-devouring beast heads was missing. Not only a knocker, but two of its fangs were also missing. No one knew where they went. After the two of them stared at it for a while, the latter said in bewilderment, "Look at the saw marks on it. It seems that it was cut off by someone." The former was dumbfounded and speechless for a while. Then he murmured, "Who is so daring to destroy the things on the gate of the netherworld?" The latter scratched his head and said, "Logically speaking, it's impossible. This is not a place that anyone can come to. The people of the underworld can't open the gate of the netherworld from the inside without the token. And the mortals of the outside world can't pass through the netherworld fire sea and come here. Could it be the work of the ghost cultivators in the human world?" The former shook his head and said, "It shouldn't be the ghost cultivators. Once the ghost cultivators come here, their vitality will be burned away by the netherworld fire sea, and they can't return to the human world. Otherwise, their souls will be destroyed and they will never be able to reincarnate. The only way for the ghost cultivators to come here is to open the gate of the netherworld and return to the underworld. Once they turn back, they will die. It's not this and it's not that. What is going on? It can't fall down by itself, can it? Even if it fell down, we should still be able to see something on the ground. There are clear saw marks on it. Could it be?" The latter suddenly stopped talking. The former turned his head and asked, "Could it be what?" The latter looked around and said softly, "Big brother, don't you think this is a little strange? Why did Madame Blackpool have to patrol the 72 underworld passages at this time? It just so happened that the gate of the netherworld here was destroyed. Could it be that someone inside was ordered to come out and do it?" The former heard this and frowned deeply. After thinking for a long time, he said in a deep voice, "Don't make wild guesses. We just need to report it truthfully. We don't need to worry about other things. Let's go back." The two of them turned into two white lights and shot into the gate of the netherworld. They instantly disappeared into the black light that rotated like a disc-shaped flowing cloud. Not long after, the gate of the netherworld let out a dull sound that made people's hearts palpitate again and slowly closed. The moment the door closed, the underground space that had been created by the chaotic images slowly returned to normal. Outside the 9th netherworld cave, the surging strong wind suddenly gradually slowed down, and the ink-like yin-chi also slowly withdrew. Very soon, everything returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. Standing on the opposite cliff wall, Yuji and the group of ghost generals were looking at each other. None of them knew what was happening in the underworld cave. The group of ghost cultivators waited for a long time, but they didn't see any abnormal reaction. Yuji frowned and waved her hand. "We'll talk about it when we get back." Then the group of ghost cultivators quickly left the place. Beside the 1,000 Miles Lake on Shuntian Island, Bai Changchun waved his hand after the scene in the Mirror of Silence returned to normal. He waved his hand and kept the mirror as he looked at the sky with his hands behind his back. No one knew what he was thinking. The vast netherworld formed a world of its own. The ultimate place of birth, aging, sickness, and death was the netherworld. 20 big blood-red words were engraved on a huge black stone tablet. They could be seen clearly from afar. The stone tablet and the ancient words revealed the vicissitudes of time. They were simple and unadorned, yet extraordinary. Anyone who saw it would have the urge to prostrate themselves in worship. Under the base of the stone tablet that looked like a mountain, a gate slowly opened. 2 white lights flashed, and the gate slowly closed. The 2 people who appeared in front of the gate were the 2 white-robed men, who appeared outside the gate to the netherworld. In front of the gate, there were 2 soldiers in iron armor guarding. They were tall and sturdy, their backs were strong and their waists were strong. Their eyes were wide like copper bells as they stared at the newcomers. The 2 white-robed men each turned to face a soldier, and took out a green token the size of a palm. They said, "Lu Ben Lu Pao, return to the netherworld to report." They took out the token to prove that they were not ghost cultivators from the outside world. The guards here only recognized the token. Without the token, they would be escorted to the endless dark cliff to work as laborers. One of the soldiers shouted in a booming voice. Since you have the token, you are not allowed to stay. Leave quickly. His loud voice echoed in the surroundings. The two white-robed men didn't say anything else. They cupped their fists and turned into two white lights as they fled into the distance. The two of them had been flying at high speed in the darkness. It was dark everywhere. Only the red flowing lava could be seen on the ground, mixed with the black smoke. On the path separating the ground from the lava, one could see a group of people working with thick iron chains with their upper arms bare. The sun, moon, and stars could never be seen here, and the sky was always shrouded in darkness. This place was vast and boundless. Nobody knew how high the sky was or how wide the earth was. There was only endless darkness. It was because this was the underworld, a world of its own. In the vast depths that ordinary people couldn't know of, there were countless powerful overlords who carved out territories to carve out territories. Even though they had high cultivation states and powerful magic power, they had to submit to one person, the king of the entire underworld, the emperor of the underworld. As for the name of the emperor of the underworld, very few people knew it. Almost no one knew it. People only knew that he was called the emperor of the underworld. It was because the emperor of the underworld had existed for too long. All the overlords rose and fell. Only the emperor of the underworld existed forever in the underworld. No one could challenge his authority. Even though the emperor of the underworld rarely showed his power, and few people knew what he looked like, those who tried to challenge the emperor of the underworld were all killed. The emperor of the underworld was a figure that most people in the underworld could only see once in their lives. Even if they saw him, no one would know that he was the emperor of the underworld. The twin brothers, Lu Ben and Lu Pao, were very lucky. They knew what the emperor of the underworld looked like, because they had seen the emperor of the underworld, and because they worked in the underworld royal palace. Even though their cultivation states were not high, and they were just small errand boys, they had seen the emperor of the underworld. The towering emperor of the underworld mountain. It had been standing there for countless years. Maybe it had been there since the beginning of time. It was the most sacred place in the entire underworld. Because the most honorable and holy emperor of the underworld lived in the magnificent underworld royal palace on the peak of the mountain. On the emperor of the underworld mountain, flowing lights were flying everywhere. They were fist-sized fireflies. Even though they looked ferocious, the light balls on their tails were unusually bright. It was these flying insects that illuminated the entire emperor of the underworld mountain. There were 6 mountain peaks on the emperor of the underworld mountain. The emperor of the underworld was on the highest mountain peak. The other 5 mountain peaks were in the shape of a pentagram, surrounding and protecting the most sacred emperor of the underworld. Of course, there was also a magnificent palace on each of the other 5 mountain peaks. The masters of those palaces were all figures whose status was second only to the emperor of the underworld. However, there were differences in status among the 5 masters. The master who lived on the first mountain to the left of the emperor of the underworld was the one with the most power and the highest status among the 5 masters, besides the emperor of the underworld. For many years, the emperor of the underworld rarely showed up and interfered with anything. Most of the affairs were handled by this master. Lu Ben and Lu Pao landed on this mountain peak. To be exact, they landed outside the gate of the palace on the mountain peak. Even though they worked in the emperor of the underworld, they didn't dare to trespass this palace, the dark palace of Madame He Qi. Chapter 640. In front of the Grand Palace Gate, there were 2 rows of soldiers standing guard. All of them wore black iron armor. The strangest thing was that everyone wore a black iron mask on their faces. The mask was hideous and terrifying like a demon. The indifferent gaze from the 2 holes made people shudder. It was Lu Ben's first time here, but he knew that these black-armored soldiers were soldiers transferred from the Onyx Army. The Onyx Army was a powerful army that terrified the people of the underworld. They were Madame Blackpool's personal guards. Many large fireflies climbed on the palace gate, illuminating the scene in front of the palace gate clearly. However, it also showed the oppressive atmosphere in front of the palace gate. A heavily armored general stood in the middle of the palace gate. His gaze behind the mask seemed to be real as he sized up the two. The eldest of the twins, Lu Ben, was obviously not here for the first time. He nodded at his younger brother, Lu Ben. The latter took out a green token and gave it to him. Lu Ben held the two tokens and said respectfully, Lu Ben, report to Madam. You come in. You stay here and wait. The general in the middle of the palace gate pointed at the two and moved aside to make way. Lu Ben signaled his brother to wait patiently, and then walked in with large strides. The inside of the palace was spacious and grand, but it seemed deserted. There didn't seem to be a single person in sight. In the middle, there was a passageway that led straight to the towering onyx palace. Every 10 meters, there was a diamond-shaped stone pillar. The stone pillar was covered with huge fireflies, decorating the entire stone pillar into a lamppost. The path to the majestic onyx palace was more than 300 meters long. Although there wasn't a single person in the square, Lu Ben didn't dare to be careless. He looked straight ahead and maintained a steady pace as he walked forward. He knew that this seemingly free space was actually tight on the inside and heavily guarded. It was several times stricter than the Onyx Palace's defenses. Who knew how many people were secretly watching him? The majestic Onyx Palace was brightly lit. Lu Ben bowed and stopped under the base platform that was dozens of meters high. On top of the steps, a female official wearing a male civil official uniform looked down at him. Although she was dressed in a man's uniform, she had a pretty face and was a beauty. She said coldly, Madam is bathing. Wait. Then she turned and left. Yes. Lu Ben lowered his head and stood there, not daring to move. In the back hall of the Onyx Nether Palace, there was a place covered by a black veil that was steaming hot. Behind the gauze curtain was a huge bathing pool made of black jade. The warm water in the pool carried a faint smell of sulfur. It flowed into and out of a small ditch. It was a hot spring. A naked and delicate body was soaking in the water. It was a body that was extremely alluring to men. Her plump breasts rose high, and her skin was as smooth as cream. Her figure was moderately plump, and a beautiful face appeared on the surface of the water. Her head was resting on the thigh of the man behind her, and two hands were gently massaging her temples. The body that men couldn't refuse was soaking in the hot spring. 5 handsome and strong men surrounded her, not even a single strand of cloth on them. Although those alluring bodies were irresistible to men, there was no trace of impulsive desire in the eyes of these 5 men. Their expressions were cautious. 2 hands were massaging her head, and the remaining 8 hands were carefully massaging various parts of her body. The plump and ravine private parts were not left behind. The 8 hands were moving and massaging every part of her body, resting on the thigh of the man. The beautiful face looked extremely comfortable. Her eyes were hazy, and her lips were slightly open, letting out a soft moan. The gauze curtain was lifted, and the female official who was outside the hall walked in. Seeing that the woman in the pool was enjoying herself, she lowered her head and waited quietly. The woman in the pool closed her eyes and said, Fei Feng, what's the matter? Although her words were normal, her tone was full of arrogance. The female official who was called Fei Feng said respectfully, Madam Lu Ben, who was patrolling the 72 world passages, has returned to report. He is waiting outside the hall. The woman in the pool softly nodded and slightly raised her hand. The 5 massaging men immediately stopped. The 5 men gently carried the naked body out of the hot spring and put her down on the shore. Immediately, someone brought a towel to dry the water droplets on her body. Another person brought a black palace gauze dress and helped her put it on. The black gauze curtain was lifted, and a beautiful woman wearing a black palace gauze dress walked out. Her face was so cold that no expression could be seen on it. She had an extremely noble temperament, which was completely different from her appearance in the hot spring. Dragging a 3-meter-long skirt, she walked to the main hall and gently sat on the seat of honor. Her phoenix eyes coldly looked outside the hall. This was the famous Madame He Qi in the netherworld. The female official, Fei Feng, quickly led Lu Ben in. Lu Ben walked to the hall and knelt down. He did not dare to raise his head, and reported the results of the inspection in detail. After listening to him expressionlessly, Madame He Qi raised her hand, and Fei Feng quickly led Lu Ben out. From the beginning to the end, Madame Heiqi didn't say a word to Lu Bin. In the cornucopia, Yu Qianqiu's stall had been open for a whole day. Except for Yan Zhuixing, no one asked about it. Ziyi waited excitedly for a long time. But as she waited, she became listless. She did not have the patience to do this business that had no customers anymore. In the end, she pulled Furong and ran back. After a whole day, Yu Qianqiu knew that there was no point in continuing to set up the stall. With such a high price, it was estimated that no one would buy it anymore. What made him suspicious was that it was Yan Zhuixing and his men who bought a large amount of 7-star blood orchids from the treasure tower. He packed up the stall and returned to the one family's shop. Nongzhu called him up from the window on the top floor. With a dark face, Yu Qianqiu turned a deaf ear and went back to his room. Sometimes, when you were unhappy, you needed to show it and let others know that you were unhappy. Otherwise, others would easily make you unhappy again in the future. The three people on the top floor looked at each other. When Lanfeng smiled bitterly and said, "It seems that he is still angry. He is giving us a hard time. This guy has a problem. I will go and have a look." Nongzhu swaggered down the stairs. Ziyi and Furong were in the room and continued to fiddle with the things they bought. When Yu Qianqiu came in and looked at the room that had almost become a warehouse, he said to Ziyi with a dark face, "Go back to your room." Ziyi naturally wanted to oppose him, but when she saw that Yu Qianqiu seemed to be really unhappy, he stuck out his bright red tongue at Furong, threw away the things in his hands and quickly left. Furong looked at Yu Qianqiu weakly and said, "Are you unhappy? Did I make you angry?" Yu Qianqiu turned around and bolted the door and window. With a dark face he nodded and said, "Yes, you made me unhappy." Furong immediately became nervous. She put down the things in her hands and whispered, "What did I do wrong? I will definitely change." "Well, you haven't let me touch you for a long time. This is your biggest mistake." Yu Qianqiu walked behind her and suddenly laughed. He put his arms around her waist and slid one of his hands directly into her collar. Furong immediately let out a cry of surprise. The couple rolled on the bed and made love. Nongzhu came down and met Ziyi, who was running away. They talked casually for a while. Ziyi told her that Yu Qianqiu was angry. Nongzhu waved her hand disapprovingly and asked Ziyi to go back first. She still swaggered to the door of Yu Qianqiu's room. She pushed the door but found it was bolted. When she was about to use her divine sense to have a look, Yu Qianqiu's roar suddenly came from inside. "Get out of my way! Don't ruin my plan!" Then came the messy voice. Nongzhu was stunned and muttered awkwardly, "What bad luck!" She slapped the door heavily and shouted, "When you are done, come up here. I have something to tell you." Then she turned around and went back. After returning upstairs, when Lanfeng saw that he looked strange and asked, "How is it?" "Wait a little longer. He is busy." Nongzhu could only say so. When Lanfeng and Lu Yanqing looked at each other and were curious about what Yu Qianqiu was busy with, they quickly released their divine sense to check downstairs. With their cultivation, this distance was really nothing. They were shocked when they saw it. Their divine sense shrank back as if they were escaping. When Lanfeng looked embarrassed and didn't say a word, Lu Yanqing bit her teeth behind the green veil and blushed. Fortunately, the green veil blocked it, and others couldn't see it. No matter how high their cultivation was, it was not used to peep at others. Nongzhu looked at the slightly shocked reaction of the two and laughed like a thief. She said, "I can't help it. This guy is used to being shameless. He doesn't care about the occasion. It's not the first time I've met him. You just have to get used to it." They waited for a long time. When Yu Qianqiu came, he looked comfortable in the face of the three people who were a little unnatural. He asked as if nothing had happened, "What can I do for you three seniors?" Fortunately, Nongzhu was also thick-skinned. Seeing that he didn't care, she was even more unconcerned. She asked, "How many 7-star blood orchids do you have?" "What?" Yu Qianqiu asked with a vigilant face. "You want my things again?" Nongzhu's words blocked Nongzhu's words. These words made the three people a little embarrassed. Yes, it was true that they wanted his things again. As the person involved, Lu Yanqing said, "Yu Qianqiu, I want to buy a few 7-star blood orchids to study their medicinal properties. But your price is too high. I can't afford that much money. Can you make it cheaper? She couldn't say it for free. Yu Qianqiu looked at her suspiciously. His eyes flashed and he said, Senior Lu, the person who bought a lot of 7-star blood orchids in Treasure Tower? Nongzhu and Wen Lanfeng also looked at Lu Yanqing when they heard this. The latter immediately shook her head and said, You misunderstood. I didn't buy anything from Treasure Tower. I just thought of it when I saw you buying a lot. I see. Yu Qianqiu thought for a moment and said, When I sell things, I only increase the price. I never do anything like reduce the price. Otherwise, I don't sell at all. As soon as these words came out, when Lanfeng's face didn't look good, Nongzhu immediately shouted, Yu Qianqiu, don't go too far. It's already a great honor for the master of Lingfang Valley to ask for your help. Don't get greedy for money. Chapter 641. Yu Qianqiu rolled his eyes and said, Why are you in such a hurry? Did I say I want money? Ignoring Nongzhu's astonishment, he asked Lu Yanqing, Senior Lu, how many do you need? They were stunned by him. When Lanfeng's eyes were full of praise and he nodded slightly, Lu Yanqing said with some embarrassment, How can I ask for your things for free? You use them to make money. Yu Qianqiu waved his hand generously and said, I didn't say I would give them to you for free. When Lanfeng and Nongzhu's faces darkened at the same time, Lu Yanqing was speechless. She felt embarrassed just now. It turned out that it was not for free. She asked in an unnatural tone, What are your conditions? Yu Qianqiu ignored Wen Lanfeng and Nongzhu's murderous eyes and said, Do me a favor. Help me take 2 people to your Lingfang Valley and temporarily protect their safety. When Lanfeng and Nongzhu were slightly stunned, Lu Yanqing asked curiously, Which 2 people? You might as well tell me first. If it's suitable, I can promise you. It's suitable. It's most suitable for them to go to your place because they are 2 women. Yu Qianqiu smiled somewhat helplessly and said, One of them is Yi Kun who lives here. And the other one, Yin Yu, the proprietress of Sleeping Spring House, help me take them away. When Lanfeng was finally relieved when he heard that it was 2 women. But he asked curiously, Yi Kun is reasonable. What's the relationship between you and Yin Yu? Why do you want to take her away? Yu Qianqiu shook his head and smiled bitterly. Niu Yid has something to do and left. I was entrusted by Niu Yid to protect her temporarily. Oh. So that's it. When Lanfeng believed it. But Nongzhu and Lu Yanqing, who understood that Yu Qianqiu was Niu Yid, looked at each other and knew what was going on. Okay, I promise you. Lu Yanqing nodded. Thank you, Senior. Yu Qianqiu thanked him first and then frowned. But I'm worried that Yin Yu doesn't want to go. I'll have to trouble you to tell her that it's Niu Yid's idea. If she still doesn't want to go, you can take her away by force. Take her away by force? Lu Yanqing hesitated. I know you may not want to do that. Yu Qianqiu turned to look at Wen Lanfeng and said, I wonder if Senior Wen can help me escort them to Spirit Fang Valley. Nongzhu was speechless. This guy really knows how to pick people. Wen Lanfeng is 100% willing to go to Lingfang Valley, let alone with such a high-sounding reason. Qianqiu was a bit. You is to say you is, but he seems he is arranging his planning his funeral. Sure enough, Wen Lanfeng's eyes lit up, but he still found a way out of this embarrassing situation. He said with a smile, It's not impossible for me to help you. The key is how many 7-star blood orchids you are willing to give me. That's not a problem. Yu Qianqiu waved his hand and asked Lu Yanqing, Senior, how many do you want? Lu Yanqing asked hesitantly, How about 5? If you can't, I can give you less. She did want 5 stalks, but when she thought that 1 stalk was worth 200 million, 5 stalks would be 1 billion high-grade spirit stones. Compared to protecting 2 people, this price was too cheap for her. 10. Yu Qianqiu didn't reply to Lu Yanqing, but he said to Wen Lanfeng, What do you think about giving 10 7-star blood orchids to Senior Lu? Lu Yanqing was a bit angry. It was her business. Why did he always bring Wen Lanfeng into it? Wen Lanfeng glanced at Lu Yanqing and said, Don't ask me about it. You ask her. Nongju knew what they were thinking and immediately interrupted. All right. All right. It's settled. Good. Yu Qianqiu readily agreed. He took out 10 pots of 7-star blood orchids from his storage bag on the spot and placed them on the ground. Lu Yanqing saw that things were like this, and there was nothing to do. She put away the 10 pots of blood orchids. After the handover, Yu Qianqiu said to Nongju, "You'd better take Furong and Ziyi back as soon as possible. It may not be peaceful here recently. Don't worry about me. I have a trump card to deal with it." Nongju laughed for a while and taught him a lesson. "You'd better take care of yourself. This time you made Hu Changshou lose face in front of all the heroes in the world. He will settle accounts with you sooner or later. Be careful." Seeing that he was so confident, Yu Qianqiu was silent for a little, and then said to the three, "I won't bother you anymore. I have something to do. I have to go to the Ice Palace's shop." Nongju exclaimed, "What are you going to do there? The hatred of the second disciple of the Ice Palace has always been on your head. Do you want to die?" "Humph," Yu Qianqiu said arrogantly. "Although his cultivation is high, I'm afraid it's not so easy to kill me. Don't worry. He can't kill me." Then he turned around and left. "Don't be so arrogant. Be careful," Nongju shouted from behind. In the main hall of the Dark Nether Palace, the noble and cold Lady Blackpool walked slowly in the hall with her long dress trailing behind her. Her eyes were flickering for a long time. Suddenly, she waved her sleeve and turned into a ball of black light. She flew out of the palace and directly flew to the highest peak protected by the 5 peaks. On the roof of the ancient, magnificent, sacred and mysterious Dark Nether Palace, a dozen people suddenly appeared. They stared at the black light in the sky and their expressions changed. They looked at each other and disappeared again without saying a word. The black light seemed to have found the right direction. It flashed toward the back palace of the Dark Nether Palace and directly shot toward a small building surrounded by the deep wood forest. Just as it was about to break through the door of the small building, a flash of silver lightning directly repelled the black light with a bang. The black light appeared and Lady Blackpool staggered back for a dozen steps. She didn't stop until she reached a tree trunk in the deep wood forest. Lady Blackpool frowned and yelled harshly, "Qianjun, how dare you attack me?" A silver light flashed in front of the building. A middle-aged man wearing silver armor, with long hair flying in the wind and stubble all over his face showed up. He stared at her indifferently and said, "Blackpool, this is not a place for you to behave atrociously. Don't you know where this place is? You can't trespass without permission." Lady Blackpool gritted her teeth and said with resentment in her eyes, "I will go wherever I want. It's not up to you, a servant. Get out of my way. I want to see the Emperor of the Underworld." The middle-aged man called Qianjun said emotionlessly, "The Emperor of the Underworld is painting and can't be disturbed. I advise you to leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, don't blame me, a servant, for kicking you out of the Dark Nether Palace." Lady Blackpool didn't know what to say. She knew she was no match for Qianjun. She lifted her dress and knelt down in front of the building, saying, "Blackpool is here to see the Emperor of the Underworld. I have something important to report." After a moment of silence, a nonchalant voice came out from the building. "Qianjun, let her in." His tone was gentle, making anyone who heard it feel comfortable in their heart. It was filled with a calmness that stood aloof from worldly affairs. "Yes." Qianjun bowed to the inside of the building. With a flash of silver light he disappeared. Lady Blackpool stood up and glanced around with resentment in her eyes. She waved her hand to smooth the long tail of her dress. In the blink of an eye, she had become another noble lady. He slowly walked into the small building. The decorations in the building were elegant, without a trace of luxury. Instead, there were many ancient scrolls piled up. If she didn't see it with her own eyes, she wouldn't believe that the Emperor of the Underworld, who was famous in the Underworld, would live here. She might even think that this was the humble residence of a scholar. Lady Blackpool glanced over the scrolls piled up. A hint of disdain flashed in her eyes, but it soon disappeared. She walked up the wooden stairs to the attic. As soon as she climbed up the attic, she saw the back of a man in a thin white robe. Looking from the back, he looked like a scholar. He was writing in front of a writing desk. Blackpool greets the Emperor of the Underworld. Lady Blackpool knelt down again. The scholar continued writing. He said without turning his head, "Blackpool, why do you need to see me so urgently?" He looked like a harmless scholar, but no one could imagine that he was the Emperor of the Underworld, the ruler of the Underworld. Madame Heiqi stood up and complained, "Emperor of the Underworld, why don't you control your subordinates? They even dared to attack me. What will happen to them in the future? They won't even take the Emperor of the Underworld seriously." The scholar let out a non-committal laugh and said, "I don't want to manage anything anymore. That's why I've delegated the authority to you guys. If you guys really don't want to, I can consider managing things again. That way, you guys can have peace and quiet." Lady Blackpool's expression changed. She said with a smile, "The Emperor of the Underworld is happy and angry." It was Blackpool who didn't know his place and shouldn't have quarreled with Qianjun. The Emperor of the Underworld has worked hard for the Underworld for many years. As his subordinates, we should share the burden of the Emperor of the Underworld. We shouldn't have any complaints. I'm relieved to hear that." The scholar didn't stop writing. He dipped his brush into the ink and asked, "Why do you need to see me so urgently?" "Here's the thing. A few days ago, I sent someone to check the underworld passages of the 72 worlds in the human world. They found that the gate to the underworld in one of the worlds was damaged, and a knocker was stolen." Lady Blackpool said angrily, "I didn't expect someone to be so daring. He even dared to damage the gate to the underworld. The people in the human world are getting more and more daring. They obviously don't take the Emperor of the Underworld seriously." Blackpool asked the Emperor of the Underworld to send someone to punish them. The scholar unhappily snorted. The brush in his hand stopped as he coldly said, "Heiqi, how dare you to ignore my words? Did you forget my warning? Without my permission, no one from the underworld can intrude the human world. The Emperor of the Underworld is angry. The Emperor of the Underworld is angry." Lady Blackpool knelt down again with a frightened expression. She explained, "Blackpool didn't let anyone intrude the human world. He just sent someone to check the passage to the underworld. Blackpool has no selfish motives. He did it for the sake of the underworld. That's why he sent 2 servants from the underworld royal palace to carry it out. I believe they wouldn't dare to disobey the order of the Emperor of the Underworld. Remember, the human world is the foundation of the underworld. Without my permission, no one is allowed to intrude and disturb the order of the human world." Having said that, the scholar continued writing and said, "It seems that your prestige is getting higher and higher. You can even command the servants of the underworld royal palace." Chapter 642. Though he said it casually, every word was sharp and penetrating. Madame Blackpool was frightened, not knowing if the underworld emperor was just saying it casually, or if he meant it. She forced herself to smile embarrassedly. Blackpool knows his own limitations. Without the underworld emperor's favor, I wouldn't be where I am today. It's good that you understand. The scholar raised his hand and said with his back facing her, "You can leave now if you have nothing else to say." Blackpool hadn't achieved her goal yet, so she wouldn't leave willingly. She gritted her teeth and pulled off the black silk tied around her waist. She shook her shoulders slightly, and the black gauze on her royal dress slid off her shoulders, exposing her snow-white and plump body to the air. Madame Blackpool stood up slowly and walked out from the pile of black gauze, walking to the back of the scholar. She wrapped her arms around the scholar's waist and said while twisting her body, "Blackpool hasn't served the underworld emperor for a long time. Wait a moment. As you wish." The scholar chuckled, his hand didn't stop moving. Madame Blackpool uttered a happily. She tilted her head to look at the painting scroll on the desk that was about to be completed. Her pupils shrank after a quick glance. A magnificent colorful painting scroll unfolded in front of her eyes. An earth-shattering battle scene was vividly depicted on the paper. The bloody, tragic, and exciting battle was depicted with the tip of the scholar's brush. Countless experts from both the immortal realm and the netherworld surrounded one person. And the person who was surrounded in the picture scroll was full of heroic spirit. He was like a god of slaughter, riding a vigorous red divine dragon into the sky and into the ground, controlling tens of thousands of golden rays as if he was invincible. Countless people were killed by him, turning into a rain of blood. In the painting, a man in white armor and a man in a golden robe had a terrifyingly high cultivation state. They were entangled with the man riding the dragon. When Madame Blackpool saw the man in white armor, her naked body stiffened a bit. She knew 6 of the 12 armored warriors behind the man in white armor. One of them was the silver-armored warrior who had defeated her in front of the small building. The man in white armor who was fighting shoulder to shoulder with the man in a golden robe was the Underworld Emperor himself. Isn't this the Underworld Emperor? Madame Blackpool stiffly reached out a white arm and pointed at the white-armored man who was fighting fiercely. The scholar replied with a non-committal hum. His brows were solemn, and his brush did not stop moving. His strokes were fine to the point that the slightest detail could be seen, vividly reflecting the intense battle atmosphere in the painting. After a while, he finally completed a section of the scroll. He exhaled softly and put the brush in his hand aside. He examined the painting with a grave expression and said, "For so many years, this scene has been haunting my mind, and I can't get it out of my head. I might as well draw it so that people in the future will know about it. After all, not many people know about it anymore." He seems to be interested now. He looks back at Lady Blackpool's seductive body and raises his hand to touch her plump breasts. But Madame Blackpool seemed to be attracted by the content of the scroll. She pointed at the 12 armored warriors and asked, "Are these the 12 legendary underworld generals?" The scholar nodded slightly and said, "That's right. Unfortunately, 6 of my 12 beloved generals died in that battle. Among the remaining 6, black armor died in the war. The army of the dark underworld that you took over is his former subordinate. Now only the silver armor warrior and the other 4 are left. Silver armor warrior is my personal guard, and he has been guarding the underworld royal palace. The other 4 are the masters of the other 4 palaces on the underworld Emperor Mountain. They are my brothers who have followed me to conquer the world. So, I have to warn you. Don't ever let me hear you call them slaves again. Otherwise, I don't mind destroying your cultivation and sending you to the endless dark sea to be a laborer." Blackpool shuddered. No wonder these 5 guys always looked down on her. They were the 12 legendary underworld generals of the underworld. But so what? The legend would be replaced one day. Blackpool, I know I was wrong. I didn't expect them to be the 12 underworld generals who follow the emperor of the underworld. I thought the 12 underworld generals had died a long time ago. Madame Blackpool twisted her body in the scholar's arms. She said in a wrong tone, "They know I am your woman, but they still don't treat me nicely. It is obvious that they don't respect you, Underworld Emperor." The scholar caressed her smooth buttocks and laughed. "Ignorance is not a crime. I won't pursue the past. Also, they have followed me for many years. Even if they didn't contribute much, they still worked hard. You are too young to show off your status in front of them. You should endure it. It is only a matter of face. You won't lose anything. I will listen to the Emperor of the Underworld." Lady Blackpool's naked body wriggled again. She pointed at the man in the golden robe who fought alongside the Emperor of the Underworld and asked, "Who is he? How can he have such a terrifying cultivation?" "Jin Tai of the Immortal Realm." "Oh, he is the Immortal Emperor you speak of. His name is Jin Tai." The scholar smiled. "Immortal Emperor?" Blackpool couldn't help but exclaim. She pointed at the man riding the dragon and asked, "Who is he? How come he forced the Emperor of the Underworld and the Immortal Emperor to fight together?" And she looked at the others who were attacking the man. She didn't finish her sentence because she didn't want to embarrass the Emperor of the Underworld. The scholar gazed at the man riding the dragon on the scroll with a solemn expression. He said slowly, "He came from a place that was sealed by Jin Tai and me. I still don't know how he got out of the place. I don't know his name. I have never heard of him in that place. He called himself the Myriad Swords Demonic Monarch, and his cultivation state is very high. What happened next? Where is that sealed place?" Madame Blackpool asked curiously. "Pa. The scholar slapped her buttocks forcefully with one hand and pinched her chin with the other, saying, "Didn't you say you would serve me? Why do you care so much?" Lady Blackpool was bewildered. Then she undressed the scholar with a flower-like smile. The two of them fell down on the ground. Amorous feelings immediately overflowed in the small building. Madame Blackpool tried her best to flatter the scholar, and tried her best to please him. After a while, the two of them hugged each other. Lady Blackpool leaned on the scholar and complained, "You asked me to maintain the order of the underworld, but the gate to the underworld has been damaged. If I don't do anything, how will the people think of me?" "What are you trying to say?" the scholar asked carelessly. "At least you should take back the ring that was stolen," Lady Blackpool said. The scholar's eyes turned cold. He glanced at her and said, "I heard that you are still longing for the blue sky, the green water, the singing birds, the fragrant flowers, the sun, the moon, and the stars in the human world. It seems like the rumor is true. However, this was also human nature. She was a woman after all. Women like the feasting and bustling life, and can't stand the endless darkness of the underworld." "Emperor of the underworld, you misunderstood me. I don't know who is framing me." Lady Blackpool wiggled her body and said in a spoiled manner, "If we don't do anything and don't pursue this matter, someone might destroy the gate to the underworld in the future. It seems like you don't understand what I mean." The scholar humphed. "I'm warning you, the cycle of the heavenly Tao has its own destiny. Even Immortal Emperor Jin Tai and I can't get rid of this restriction. If you really want to get rid of this restriction, don't even think about it unless you become a god. Otherwise, you will bring a great disaster to yourself and the underworld." "Become a god?" Lady Blackpool was startled and flattered. "Emperor of the underworld, aren't you the god of the underworld? Who dares to restrict you? If nothing can restrict me, why would I hide in the endless darkness for so many years? There are some things that you won't understand until you reach that level." The scholar stared at the ceiling and sighed. "There is something called the cycle of the heavenly Tao. For example, the demon realm." "Demon realm?" Lady Blackpool propped up her naked upper body and asked, "Is it the demonic Tao that was rampant in the ancient times?" The scholar nodded. "Yes. You won't understand how arrogant the demon realm was if you haven't experienced it yourself, but I know it clearly. The demon realm almost suppressed the immortal realm and the underworld. But what about the retribution? The demon realm was sealed, and the demon children and grandsons who stayed in the other realms were massacred and paid a heavy price." "Is the demon realm the place where you and Immortal Emperor sealed?" Lady Blackpool asked. The scholar didn't say yes or no. He continued, "Back then Jin Tai and I didn't realize the cycle of the heavenly Tao. Later, because of the appearance of a pearl in the human world, the immortal realm and the underworld fought in the human world. The souls of countless living beings in the human world were destroyed, and they didn't even have the chance to reincarnate. This was the result of retribution. At that time, Jin Tai and I were blinded by greed and didn't realize this." Lady Blackpool's eyes flashed as she carefully asked, "What kind of pearl could tempt you and Immortal Emperor?" The scholar ignored her and continued to murmur as if he was recalling an unforgettable past. No one expected the retribution to come so fast. At this time, that Thousand Swords demon monarch came out of nowhere and killed people in the immortal realm and the underworld in the name of enforcing justice on behalf of heaven. Without a choice, Jin Tai and I joined forces again to protect ourselves, but we were still no match for him. We were almost trapped by a grand formation he set up. Luckily, we escaped quickly. Luckily, the Thousand Swords demon monarch was too arrogant and fell into Jin Tai's trap. He was severely wounded and finally fell into our hands." Lady Blackpool was fascinated by the story. She didn't think that there was someone that the Emperor of Hell and Immortal Emperor couldn't defeat. How powerful was this person? However, after the Thousand Swords demon monarch fell, the pearl suddenly disappeared without a trace. We couldn't find it no matter how hard we tried. It was as if it was just a dramatic farce, like a dream or a dream. After waking up from the dream, Jin Tai and I looked back at the devastated human world and were shocked. We didn't know how many living beings were killed by this farce. At this time, the heavenly Tao warned us. The entire human world was covered in dark clouds. Countless powerful golden thunderbolts struck and chased after Jean Tai and me. Fortunately, the two of us managed to escape and return. Chapter 643. After that incident, Jean Tai and I realized that there is an irresistible force maintaining the balance in the world. It is invisible and untouchable. No matter who it is, the demon realm, the immortal realm, the underworld, or the human world, once they break the balance, they will be severely punished. The scholar looked solemn. Madame Blackpool felt her hair standing on end when she heard this. She looked out of the window and smiled unnaturally. Don't worry, Emperor of Netherworld. It has been a long time. Everything is fine now. Fine? Who knows? Maybe it is the preparation of the final score. Once it explodes, I don't know what the consequences will be. The scholar sighed. The Great War in the human world almost killed all the living beings in the human world. It caused such a terrible consequence. It is not something that can be easily forgotten. The demon realm did evil, so Jean Tai and I punished it severely. When Jean Tai and I committed evil deeds, the Myriad Swords demon monarch came to punish us. Fortunately, the two of us managed to escape. Then the golden thunder fell from the sky, but we dodged it again. Madame Blackpool giggled. Isn't it good? It means that Emperor of Netherworld is powerful enough to resist the unknown force. It can't do anything to you. You can't say it like that. I don't want it to happen again and again. I don't want it to happen again. I hope it will be over. If there is a third time, I am afraid that the punishment will be more severe after such a long time. It won't give us any chance to escape. Maybe both the immortal realm and the underworld realm will pay the unforgivable price for their evil deeds in the human world. The scholar suddenly smiled bitterly. I am a bit curious. If there is a final punishment, who will be the one to administer the punishment on behalf of the heaven? Will there really be a person who will administer the punishment on behalf of the heaven? Madame Blackpool asked weakly. His eyes flickered as he thought about how he had always wanted to replace a certain someone. He faintly suspected that he would be the one to administer punishment on behalf of the heavens. Once this thought appeared, it was like a seed that began to sprout in his mind. No one can be sure. It is just a hunch. The scholar pushed her away and stood up naked. Madame Blackpool quickly got up and helped him put on his clothes. Then, she put on her clothes too. The scholar looked at her and said, I'm telling you this because I want you to understand that you shouldn't think that the mortals in the human world are easy to bully. There is a pair of eyes in the unseen world that can see everything. Since you've already been born in the netherworld, you're a person of the netherworld. Don't think about the prosperity of the world anymore. No one can get everything they want. I can't, Kim can't, and you can't either. After saying this, the scholar walked to the desk, picked up the brush again, dipped it in ink, and continued with the next part of the scroll. Do you really think that I, Blackpool, am a 3-year-old kid? You can fool me with some nonsense. The Madam of Blackpool didn't think so, but she replied, Blackpool will remember the Emperor of the Underworld's teachings. But what about the knocker that was stolen from the Underworld gate? Are we really going to let the gate to the Underworld break and just stand there like that? What else can we do? The scholar continued, the gate of the Netherworld has existed since ancient times. I don't know who built it, but the materials used to forge it are extremely strange. Even I don't know what they are. It's easy to break them, but difficult to merge them. Once they are separated, it will be difficult to merge them again. It's said that one has to use the 3 true fire to forge it. But the people who know how to use the 3 true fire have disappeared. What else can we do? Since it's such a precious item, we can't lose it, said the Madam of Blackpool. Oh, you can tell me what you think, the scholar asked. She waited for a while, but the scholar didn't respond. She stopped writing and turned around. Just tell me what you want to say. Please forgive me. The Madam of Blackpool braced herself and said, we can send someone out to find the lost item. Emperor of the Underworld, please don't misunderstand me. I have no intention of disturbing the order of the human world. Think about it. A person who has the ability to break into the gate to the underworld must not be an ordinary mortal. The person who dared to steal the item from the gate to the underworld must have a purpose. Otherwise, who would do such a thing? What if someone uses the lost knocker to forge a treasure that will bring harm to the human world? If we ignore it, what is the difference between that and disturbing the order of the human world? The scholar seemed to change his expression. He asked with furrowed brows, "Can we find it?" "We can try. If we can't find it, then forget it." Madame of Blackpool bowed and said, "If the Emperor of the Underworld agrees, I will send someone out to investigate in secret. Whether we can find it or not, we won't disturb the order of the human world." The scholar paused for a while and turned around to continue writing, saying, "Just this once. No matter what the result is, there is no second time. If there is a second time, you don't have to serve me anymore. Go to the boundless dark cliff and serve those laborers." This was considered as an agreement. The Madam of Blackpool was delighted. "Blackpool obeys your order. I agreed to let you send someone out, but I didn't agree to let you go in person," the scholar said coldly. Madame of Blackpool's joy instantly vanished. She had tried so hard to go to the human world because she had stayed in the dim netherworld for too long. Outsiders couldn't understand how comfortable a beautiful woman like her was living in the human world. A woman's vanity couldn't be satisfied by a high cultivation state. Even if a group of men who looked like pigs were circling around her, looking at her lustfully every day, wishing they could take off her clothes, throw her on the bed, and press her down, those evasive gazes could still satisfy her heart. But in this place, nobody dared to have any improper thoughts about her. They didn't even look at her lustfully, let alone say those vulgar flattering words. Nobody dared to do that because she was the woman of the Underworld Emperor. But then again, if it weren't for her beauty, the Underworld Emperor wouldn't have liked her at first sight and given her so many opportunities. Some women were used to those extravagant occasions, so it was hard for them to calm down and live a boring life day after day. One more day would make them restless. Those kinds of occasions were a fatal temptation for them. Even though she had died on such occasions in her previous life, she had finally created a chance to get some fresh air, but it was denied by the scholar's order. Madame Heiqi's heart was filled with irrepressible anger, but she didn't dare to show it. She bowed and said, "As the Underworld Emperor wishes, Heiqi will leave now." The scholar hummed without turning his head. Heiqi also lost interest in staying. He walked down the small building quietly and turned into a beam of black light as he fled to the door. The brush on the painting stopped and was put aside. The scholar's face showed the imposing manner of a person who had been in a superior position for a long time. This kind of indifferent attitude was like the Underworld Emperor, who had awed the underworld. He called lightly, "Qianjun." A beam of silver light flashed in from outside the window. A silver-armored man with long hair appeared. He cupped his hands and greeted with an imposing manner, "Underworld Emperor. What has this stupid woman been doing recently?" The Underworld Emperor clasped his hands behind his back and asked. Qianjun immediately reported, "Recently, she has been in frequent contact with the people of the immortal world. She has also been commanding the army of Dark Underworld to suppress the underworld overlords who are ready to make trouble. In addition, she has recruited some handsome male servants. Other than that, she has been meddling in the affairs of the Underworld Royal Palace, including dispatching people from the Underworld Royal Palace to patrol the underworld ways of the 72 worlds. Should we restrict her? Don't restrict her. Let her do as she pleases. I don't think she dares to overdo it. Otherwise, I will let her know what is worse than death." The Underworld Emperor snorted coldly. Qianjun walked to his side and glanced at the painting on the desk, saying with furrowed brows, "Emperor of the Underworld, the power of the army of the Dark Underworld has grown very fast. Some of the older members have been purged and replaced by her trusted followers. Moreover, they have been slaughtering in the underworld, which has already made people panic. The mention of the army of Dark Underworld has changed their expressions. Are we going to let her continue to cause trouble? What's wrong with that? Many experts have emerged in the underworld these years. All of them are restless. Let her suppress them and get rid of those troublemakers." As the Underworld Emperor said this, he patted the bulging silver shoulder guard on Qianjun's shoulder, sighing emotionally. Only a few of our brothers are left. We have to preserve our strength to deal with possible crises. This kind of small fight is not worth your time. We can't let you guys fail miserably. Since the death of the Black Armor Destroyer, I've had this idea. That's why I found this stupid woman. Let her cause trouble. Hehe. So that's how it is. I thought you were bewitched by her beauty, Qianjun said with a smile as he touched the painting on the desk. The other brothers are full of anger, and they even want to kill that woman to wake you up. It seems that I have to inform them in advance. Even though I know, I have to tell them to keep acting like this and keep losing their temper. Don't be courteous to her. Although this woman is stupid, she is not stupid. Otherwise, I wouldn't have chosen her to do this. Don't let her suspect anything, the Underworld Emperor said with a smile while looking outside the window. Life in the underworld is indeed a bit lonely. It's not a bad thing to have such a beautiful woman bewitching me. At least she makes me feel comfortable. Qianjun, do you think I'm right? Hehe. Qianjun laughed heartily. He touched the 12 armored underworld generals on the painting, a hint of nostalgia flashing in his eyes. He took a deep breath and said, Underworld Emperor, do you have any other orders? I'll go find them if there's nothing else. You should have heard what I said to her. The Underworld Emperor's eyes suddenly grew deep, as he said, You have experienced what happened in the human world back then. Keep an eye on that stupid woman. Don't let her do anything stupid. If the heavenly punishment comes, none of us will be able to withstand it. I'll forget about the last time she sent someone out without my permission. If she dares do it behind my back again, it's useless to keep her alive. You destroy her cultivation and throw her to the endless dark sea. You don't need to report to me in advance. Yes, Underworld Emperor. Qianjun cupped his hands and turned into a silvery light, disappearing outside the window. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.